Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
I've been with some critic angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No,
play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh, clean headshots from Messi.
The North American Pro League qualifier having concluded. It's M80 through Ho2 from Asia and Europe going on today, but in South America, we are only just getting started. Myself, why not, joined by Anthran to bring you what is now the new qualifications into Stage 2 for the South American Pro League qualifier.
And I think it's a bit interesting because I don't think it's every day you get what you could consider to be a rivalry to go there. This is at least the first match, that being, this is one we've seen a couple of times, even as recent as this very ECL season, and a team of Keyed Stars who are still looking to make a big win happen as the stakes keep getting higher. This isn't just a group stage event anymore. This isn't just a random outside event playoff match anymore. This is to get to Pro League potentially. So if there's any time we're going to see the best out of this squad in Keyed Stars, it's now. But Sharks have had their number for as long as you can remember.
I was going to say, can it really be that much of a rivalry if every time that they meet, they never make it beyond 2 maps, and let alone barely being able to make it beyond double digits in any of the last meetings since February of 2025? This has been a pretty crazy run of form from Sharks as far as putting their thumb over the rest of their rivalries beneath them in South American Counter-Strike would be concerned, whilst a little bit of difficulty in being able to maybe rise up against some of the other guys that have been Titans for a while longer, or just adjacent to them in recent years with the addition of Angelo. This is going to have to be one of those statement moments where they say, yes, we can still beat Keyed Stars like we have so many a time before, and yes, we do belong in Stage 2 with a chance at qualifying for that next spot. Now, with that being the case, it's a little bit different how these qualifiers work, so let me walk you through it. It was Stage 1, in which 8 teams were playing in for a wait to play against some of the higher-seeded South American rosters in what is now Round 2. Everyone who wins in Round 2 moves directly into what is Stage 2, and that's where things get interesting. That's where the best of threes find themselves constantly ripping back and forth. With an upper and lower bracket, there can only be one.
And when you look at the amount of teams here, it is always very hard to pinpoint one of them specifically. Like you said, this is just the first stage. So for the Keyed Stars, I like to speak for the underdogs sometimes. It's a tough road ahead, especially when you look along the likes of teams like Legacy, like Flamengo maybe, like Audic, like Imperial. There's so many different squads that it's kind of hard to pick them over. But again, I like the fact that we at least get a rivalry match here. Now, for the opposite side of things, for Sharks, we can talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I think the good is the floor for this team seems to be pretty high. I think consistently now we've seen some decent stuff out of Sharks, but I'd say the uglier side is maybe the op, specifically in Angelo. Now, I'm not going to say it's been bad, but having replaced him, having had him be the replacement for the previous, I don't think he's lived up to expectations. I'd like more out of him, and even though it hasn't been a ton of time, I still feel like we've seen some growing pains.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, I also want to make it clear for a moment that HLTV lists the actual Sharks roster, so don't mind anywhere that you see any otherwise. It is the main Sharks team that is going to be playing, as far as I'm concerned, seeing the players connected to the server. And looking into the future of what these maps may behold, I think it's also going to be pretty curious to say that Sharks, having been such a long-standing team, have a pretty wide map pool, dude. I mean, they may not be like the best on all of them, but they can pretty much take any map out and say that they've got a shot, or at the very least have an understanding of how to play it. And I guess that's something that might scare some teams who don't have as well-rounded as a pool into picking away from, seeing as the Keyed Stars also obviously have a permaban, but also have maps that they play a decent bit with a much lower win percentage across a multitude of different levels of competition, namely your Trains, your Dust 2s, and your Mirages. These aren't great maps for them, but at the very least, with the former two, they've got reps in them that can give them that same edge against a team like Sharks, but the head-to-head would scream otherwise, even so.
I mean, even outside of the head-to-head, I think there's just a lot of results that Sharks have gotten on all of these maps that can make you get a bit scared, especially when you're punching up. Yeah, when it comes to the bigger echelon teams, specifically like Imperial and such, they have struggled, but you look down their repertoire and there are a lot of good results you can ride on. There's a map against Solid. There's a couple close against Fluxo. There's wins over the Red Canids, even though they've been in hot water recently. Still, that's a win that you could put in your resume. And I think it's harder and harder to say over time that the Keed Stars could maybe do something about it, because we've seen this core go head to head with them for just about as long as the rosters existed, even through different names of the Keed Stars. I believe they used to be Swingers as well. It's just not really changed much through multiple different iterations, through different pieces thrown into this puzzle. It's been hard to grasp onto anything for the Keed Stars, especially when some of the maps haven't even necessarily been against them, if that makes any sense. We've seen poor maps for Sharks brought into this head-to-head, and still they have just decimated them on it. So you talk about being well-rounded as a team. You talk about being well-rounded as maps. Where do you go next to say maybe the Keed Stars can try to exploit?
Well, I mean, to be completely honest with you, it's kind of a sad thing to say. In hindsight, I guess, is that without Ponter, the player who has most recently found himself landed over on the Red Canids, he was one of their better players, one of the guys who was actually giving them a shot in a lot of these matches. And unfortunately, without him, I don't really see all that much of a reasonable, question as to whether or not they can take even a map, let alone a series. Like, it's really hard for me to point to any one individual on this Keed Stars team and say that, sure, they can go toe-to-toe with the best player on Sharks, which they can't, but there's not even a second player who can go up against the second best player of Sharks. And when you go down the line, that continues to become a worse and worse issue. And I think that the thing that I have to say, I guess, that to answer your question a little more directly, is that where do they look next to exploit? It's being able to actually abuse Gafolo, either individually or tactically, because if they can get the edge over him in their own regard, calling a solid game, then maybe there is a world that they can get something out a little bit early, get their economy rolling, keep Angelo off the AWP, and keep Gafolo having to come up with second guesses. But as far as that's concerned, I really don't foresee that to be a likely reality that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, I think it's hard because even one of your maybe more questionable players in Angelo is still a threat sometimes, to where I don't even think you can really target him, especially considering what the op is at its core. There are games where Angelo looks really solid and can maybe take over, but
Yeah.
is that really what you want to be testing it on? Again, this is like ESL Pro League potentially on the line. This is a big deal for a team like the Keed Stars, and I feel like it's hard to also do that and then go against people like Gafolo in their veterancy, in the fact that on this team now multiple times they've qualified for big events. I believe we've seen the Sharks in an ESL Pro League in the past. We usually see them at the top ends of ECL in these playoff qualification games. So it's hard, right? I think you just need to see something entirely new, and it's one of those things where you're never really going to see it until you actually get into the server.
Yeah, and, it's also kind of awkward to say that the rifling core of Sharks is just as good as it is when you're Keed Stars and you're trying to isolate, individuals or grouped individuals on bomb sites that you can try to, work your way around, or maybe just try to, I guess, I use the word abuse on Gafolo, but there really isn't a better term to use. It's going to have to be something along those lines, because when you look to fight Koala or Doc on either extremity of a CT side, for example, and you've got Artie and Zal who's filling in those gaps, playing supportively and able to make rotations and facilitate them, it's really, really difficult to break them all apart one after another, systematically tearing down that structure that Sharks have in place with those riflers. Because sure, you might be able to get the edge over Angelo on an AWP duel. Sure, you might have outcalled Gafolo, but bailing them out many a time, even when that's the case against lesser teams or the individuals mechanically gifted enough in Koala, Doc, as well as RDN, who's been touted as one of the better, if not the best, individual player this team may have, should he have had better roles. Very reminiscent of maybe like how people were speaking of Inters inside of that Gambit Youngsters team putting the worst roles, right? Whereas the high praise of Kochi gives that RDN is just about, if not better, than as good as Koala or Doc. So yeah, so many places to fall back on if you're Sharks, even if plan A or B don't really pan out for you, and that's a scary prospect in and of itself.
Yeah, I think it's really rare that you see riflers as you mentioned, Doc, obviously, not only be as good as they are, but as consistent as they are. I think that really goes under the radar a lot. And everywhere you look when it comes to the strong suits individually of this Sharks team, it's not like they've just had a couple of good months. It's like they've had a couple of good years, more like, in some degrees. Doc, hell, he's been one of their top performers since late December of last year. Like, this is consistency to a T. It's exactly what you need in a team. And I remember there was a point in the ECL season where I started to look at the Sharks as maybe the next up and coming in the region to be like the guys, because it felt like there was always something in their back pocket. As you already mentioned, just having that to rely on is a huge deal. But the fact is, you can hot swap players when you need to, or I'm sorry, where you need to, when you have all this consistency behind you. I keep pointing out Angelo. I want to point out people like Doc, Renzo, and Koala who have been doing this for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess, and that's, an unfortunate way of framing things when it just comes down to us trying to do analysis to the best of our abilities without saying some things as brutally honest as well as kind of reductive as saying that just frankly they're better. I mean, they've been better against better, and it's kind of a sad reality that, again, we have to live in as people trying to build a storyline. But honest and truthfully, the people who need to build the storyline right now is not us. It's the key players. They need to be the ones to come into this server hot with something to where not only are they going to win a round or two, but they're actually going to make us raise our eyebrows a little bit in this series at the very least. Maybe not for the longevity of the team, that's asking a lot, but in terms of being competitive, they're the ones who have to give us the reason to believe in that right now. And I'm not really afraid to say so, because I think that they're in the same boat. They understand the pressure is on them given the roster changes that have been not only maybe forced upon them, if that was the case with Ponter making his way over to the Red Canids or otherwise, but also having their chance now to even be featured in a Pro League qualifier. Because these are the moments that, I mean, me and you were talking before the broadcast even began, actually, that as far as qualification is concerned for a lot of these bigger and better events, ESL Pro League's pretty high up there.
I think it's just the notoriety of it as well, right? I mean, yeah, true. And it's hard because I feel like normally when there is some veterancy, I'd like to say, on this roster for the Keyed Stars, but it's not
Leo
like...
is somebody who's been trying to make some good use off that veterancy, off that experience.
Right. Right, but like everywhere you look, it doesn't ever really feel like these guys were at one point in time. I mean, maybe sure if you look back into like 2017 for Leo, but they were never really like the guys of their respective unit. I feel like there was a lot of solid players on their teams. I mean, they probably are in that regard still falling into the boat of being a solid player, but it's not like I look anywhere on this Keyed Stars team and see a clear X factor, maybe outside of how well Dash has been playing for the past couple of months, but even that seems inconsistent. Like, there's not somebody who I'm going to say, yeah, you know what, this guy can step up and this guy can start to be their pillar, because honestly and truthfully, I don't really think that's there, and I think that's one thing this team has been missing since Ponter's gone.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, and the last time that we'd seen really anything even close to that would have been, again, that Leo DRK player who we once known him to be. But we're going to have to hope to see him in his best form. We're going to have to hope to see the Keyed Stars be able to do something about what is a massive team up against them, frankly, the Sharks in the water. It's going to be a little bit of a break, though, before we get into the server, awaiting their players to be prepped and ready for it. So you have a little bit more time to relax, get some drinks and snacks, whatever the case may be. But we will be back in just a few.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
This road and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right.
the performance. It's a performance from Sharks right now, however, as they've already claimed their first round, and on the low bye, it's a blind player even regaining vision and taking the kill, and Ardian's out.
It's going to be rounds like this that shape our thinking for what this game will look like for the Keed Stars specifically. And so far, I'm actually not too unimpressed. We got a smoke on market door. You've got mollies to cover them from coming out, guns to pick up, 2-on-3. Way better than the situation it looked like it was winding to be. And now, got themselves a nice little crossfire. One-step ban, one right. And that's a one-on-one. I don't know if you want to be giving. Doc quickly leavens this out to a 2-on-2. And they even have infoted play around side as well with the nade on Leo. Things can absolutely go sour, but the kit is nowhere to be found. I think there should be one somewhere on site. I believe the Get Right player had one. Now creeping out of Van. Leo shows too much of his shoulder, and it'll be up to Just Dash. He was the one person I said's been playing hot the past couple of months, and he almost pulls it off, or maybe he did, in fact. The kit, yeah, was on the Get Right player, and I think he got it. Okay, never mind. Didn't know Angelo got it in time, so he did pull it off.
That's wicked. Already in finding those initial 2 kills, I thought would have been the round without much of a hitch, without much of a breath to be taken, to be honest with you, given that he was blinded in the first. Honestly, stuck in low in the second kill just the same, and finding himself that, I didn't foresee there being a 1v1 by the ends of it, but, you know, I guess all things that end well are fine and dandy. Match paused, and seeing players yet to buy, not a great sign. Hope that they can get that rectified soon enough. But with that bomb plant, and, you know, with this being the second round, this is going to have to be another round that the Keed Stars are playing with just a couple of pistols at the most. Maybe a MAC-10 and a flashbang to go along with it, with Desh and Leo being in that threshold, maybe even ninjas, but certainly still not that much to go for. But even so, I mean, look at these guys on the CT getting overwhelmed in the last round, so maybe if those guns are to be brought out and budgeting for the next gun round for Vivo, then it could be something.
Well, we are getting word that there's another PC crash. Ouch. Tony, what PC you rocking, man?
Right now I'm on a laptop, brother.
Ooh.
At home, I bought it off the Observers from Philadelphia.
Wait, that's actually that's a really cool story. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. I still have the I don't think you were there, but I still have the tic-tac-toe board that Flixie did a match on when they were in a tech pause at, I think, Frag 17.
Really?
Yeah, there was this like oh, okay. I think we're still waiting. No, it was like this.
No, we're good, dude.
There's this big long tech pause, and then like you look on the stage, it's both teams chilling there. Flixie and I can't remember who he was against, but they just started doing like rock paper scissors on the stage. So I found the nearest writable object and put a tic-tac-toe board on it and handed it to him. They came back from break. Fi and Exner commentated it. It was great. It was great. And Flixie won. Then he signed it. My goat.
That was a story and a half.
Yeah. Whole lot of yapping. But not a lot of playing, unfortunately. Somebody's boot looping, bro. Somebody's stuck boot looping.
My PC hasn't crashed in a very long time. Knock on wood. I have to find some. This looks like wood. I'm going to knock on it.
Lucky, man.
There
Lucky.
Yeah, I haven't had very many instances of that. And this laptop has been, you know, crapping out every now and then just in general. It's like almost 6 years old now, but it's a gaming laptop, so I've run it into the ground by running it on turbo mode.
Oh, ooh, and your battery ain't exploded yet?
No. It's probably corroding from the inside. I'll just never know until it's fully dead, though.
I mean, that's how all good technology should go out.
Being fully dead.
That or
Yeah, I do agree.
spilling cranberry juice on it. That's a real story, by the way. My sister spilled cranberry juice. My sister spilled cranberry juice on her white PC. Never cleaned it.
That's so sad.
It worked fine for years.
No,
It's
okay.
it's insane.
Powered it up. It's saying, hey, where's the vodka?
Dude, apparently that 3070 still works like a charm.
It's kicking.
It's breathing somehow.
You should Yeah, have your sister be or reach out to be like a spokesperson for the brand and be like, well,
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
spilling cranberry juice on that, John, and it's kicking.
That's one of those like commercial-esque ads you would see. That extreme example that you like look at for years to come and you're like, there's no way that was real. As all good commercials are.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to do it with like an old grainy film,
Mm-hmm.
like kind of scratchy audio.
Yup.
It's like one of those like Freddy Freaker ads.
Maybe pay The Rock to be in there for a couple of seconds.
We could do better.
We could do better. How about
we
like
could be more unique?
Shaq?
Shaq? That's also kind of unoriginal. How about we bring back like Eddie Murphy?
Ooh, nah, I like Eddie Murphy. Yeah. Okay, I like where your head's at. Or Chris Rock.
Where's your? Yeah, we could do Chris Rock too. If you could have one like celebrity or like figurehead in the world, head an esports organization or team, like you know how Shaq was involved for a little while.
Do they have to be alive?
No.
Chris Farley.
Oh, that'd be cool. Imagine him at like the major on stage, like giving like a speech or something.
There wouldn't be anything better, I don't think.
That would be awesome. I was just talking about Chris Farley the other day with somebody. I don't remember who it was.
Love Chris
it was
Farley.
Bonamont. He was doing a little Chris Farley reference, and I got it after he did the impression and not just say the phrase. What'll happen, Richard? I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it as good as he did. Fat guy in a little coat.
I think my favorite one was Black Sheep. That's one of my favorite movies.
Black Sheep was good. Tommy Boy was good.
Beverly Hills Ninja, I think.
Yeah. Oh my God. Did you know he actually did all of his own stunts and he was like really good at karate actually?
No way, man.
Yeah. Supposedly he's like actually like insane at karate. Like
what a legend.
I know.
I remember the whole. I think Adam Sandler did like a SNL skit where he sang a whole song about him.
Oh, he was in it. I remember.
I know he was in it.
Are you talking about the one where he did it for the 50th anniversary and he mentioned Chris Farley in it, like playing the guitar?
I thought there was a whole song that Adam Sandler did
maybe
dedicated to Chris Farley.
I didn't hear that. That's cool though if he did. That sucks,
Awesome.
bro. Gone too soon.
Love Chris Farley.
Him and I guess I can't. Are we live right now, or can the stream hear our audio? Okay, I was gonna say something that probably would have been cut for stream, but him and Robin Williams, I guess, are kind of cut out of the same cloth as far as that's concerned. I know we're just yapping and trying to fill the air for you guys, but this is really all we got right now until the players get themselves situated and all that.
Now you got me thinking about legendary comedians, man. Tyler Perry. Ooh.
Okay. Dream 4 for like was it 4? How many people were in The Hangover? Was it 3 guys or 4?
Four.
Bradley
I
Cooper, Ed Helms,
100% 4. I went to Vegas because of The Hangover, man. Come on.
Who was the 4th guy? Was it the guy from We're the Millers?
I don't know them by like name.
Well, let me see what the guy.
Zach Galifianakis.
It was only 3.
100% it was 4. 100%
No,
it was 4. Guarantee it.
It was only 3.
Because there's Doug,
I was
the guy that they
misremembering a third
lose.
guy too.
No, the guy that they lose in the first movie. There's Doug.
Okay,
Then
Doug's
there's-
not a part of it. Doug.
What do you mean
is-
Doug's not a part of it?
Doug's not one of them, dude.
Doug is the Hangover.
Well, we can argue about this in the off time while we hang out in a little bit of a break, getting an ETA soon enough for you guys on when the game is supposed to resume.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. It's the Sharks, it's Keyed Stars. It's Mirage once again, getting things started smoothly, hopefully this time around, with a couple of guns in which a much heavier investment than what I was expecting from the Keyed Stars Season AK-47 paired with 2 Galils, a Desert Eagle, and a MAC-10, but even still being stuffed by the greater utility than that on the Sharks.
Kind of makes sense when you think about it, though. I mean, they got a bomb plant, 4 kills, and what was supposed to be the buy of the Sharks, too. I mean, I don't entirely dislike this. It just all depends on how the late round goes. So far, this is a very heavy B lean. This MP9 could do everything for them, too. Koala shutting down Flash. That might just put a fork in it already. It looked like they wanted to favor toward that B side in the late round, but having lost not only one of their players looking in apps, but then under, I mean, this really starts to get tricky now, and they've still got Renzel and Gafoyo. Pope, they're keeping tabs on middle. Leo gives them an inch back, but it'll take just about a mile to crack into one of these sites. They slow it down, maybe play with the rotations of the Sharks, who seem to be getting in their own heads about this one a little.
Slow and crawling back towards this B site. Pressed is Desh, just chilling, waiting for the reinforcements or the troops to maybe split up through Catwalk, or perhaps to go the other direction and try and bob himself back with that bomb. He'd instead prefer to utilize what they've gained as far as space is concerned. Still an A site that's relatively stacked. Now the rotation with Koala back towards BC's maybe a little bit of indecisiveness from all parties. We'll see whose will come to actually bite them, however, though RDN very reliable on that A1S previously. Should be fine now. I mean, the bomb carrier is going to be the easiest of the targets, and frankly, I'm kind of shocked they left him to his own devices with 12 seconds left. If he goes down, he just can't get the bomb to the site, but that losing on the 10 HP player is not a problem until Koala activates. Can't kill the planter. It's the inaccuracy of the updated MP9, perhaps, if that is even implemented in this patch, but regardless of 2v2.
It's the same 2v2. It's the same one, at least when it comes to the T's perspective. Right now, Leo's just changed his angle, and he has to do everything. I mean, Dash on 4 HP. What are you realistically expecting out of him? Maybe Leo takes contact, you jump up, do something crazy with it. Shoulder seen, though, and now it's just going to be a done and dusted round. Deagle of Dash does not anything at all, and it's a quick defuse from Doc. I mean, still, this is a costly round, but I'm surprised with how it goes, because it feels like it was going to come down to Koala on Van. Koala doesn't get that kill. All of a sudden, the closest person, I'm sorry, I think it was Renzel on Van, but the closest person's Koala in market, and that is your one exploitation that they had, that they gave to you.
Giving them another chance to save. I mean, don't squander it if you're Keyed Stars now. It's been so many rounds since that pistol with so much disappointment in between it. Pistols once more. Everybody rocking it but Leo, who's going to try and take point as their highest killing player. Flash and... How is that pronounced? Vina Beast? I'm not entirely sure, but even still, them two were going to have to try and do something about that entryway through ramp. Can't get anything done from it. And again, the distance in which you can take with these fully automatic as well as the sniper rifles are just too great to tear between. I mean, 4-0, it's not now or never, but it's kind of now or never, it would feel like, for Keyed Stars, because at that rate, you're already bargaining for what would be a 6-0 start before you even found your first.
Yeah, that's always the problem when you give such a strong start over. It's just, it feels like everything is stacked against you. But I will say there has been, I think, one pretty good key here. They've gotten onto sites pretty consistently. I gotta say, when it comes to getting guns out, got a couple plants, they got into a couple posts that didn't even look all that bad. Maybe if help was different. Now they've got utility behind it. But take Flak just getting over to the mid boxes, man. I don't even know if you want to fight for this anymore. No, they don't. Ninjas is immediately left.
They missed the incendiary up top side mid boxes initially, so that actually sees them dispatching a second one in trying to flush out anybody who was there. The first would have worked. The second off the mark and the money to where, obviously, as described, they had already ducked. So a re-engagement from Ninjas, this could be promising. This could be fruitful, especially if that B contact comes in a little later onwards, if they can find a kill to give reason to a split. But right now, it seems that Young Shark, or rather these Sharks, not Young Sharks, this is the main team, are actually pretty aware of this and cognizant of that fact. They've posted up all 5 in a ready pressure position to fight mid.
They are essentially saying hands off. They want to go get a plant? Sure, fine, be our guest. And they've got you till to retake. But right now, I was going to say, the Sharks don't even look like they want to stay sitting back. Angelo's going to take contact up catwalk, and he almost spots the op dash. Rips a couple shots before he finally vacates, but this is a 4-on-4. This is extra damage. This is utility wasted. Though I will say, as they've shifted back to B, it's quite the weakened sight. Koala and Angelo, they are almost nowhere near this. I mean, if Angelo gets smoked off, he's just going to play this from Cat.
Yeah, Koala's going to need to turn about face just about in time. And
Oh my god, they mollied themselves!
Catwalk, they've mollied themselves. You're serious right now. All this missed utility, but that takes the cake. Now, as they go out, Angelo's going to have a field day. He's going to have the ability to change his level of elevation on crosshair placement at least the one time, and actually dealing damage into a leg, not finishing the kill, still makes the life easier of the site-anchored player, and finding the second kill for him, effectively ensuring the bomb will not reach the site, or, okay, and the op will not be saved. This is a nightmare scenario round for the Keyed Stars. No plant this time. Their loss bonus has not warranted them, even despite being at 5, to go in for a fully invested 6th round.
It's not even like it's a crazy thing to say, but that just simply put can't happen. You consider where we're at right now. You consider what this means, and you consider what they've got coming into this. It's almost nothing. And then you miss a molly like that. That's 27 seconds left on the clock. I would almost bargain in that 4-on-4. It's not even all that hectic for the comms of the Keyed Stars, right? You still have a couple flashes. You're still potentially setting up for your exec. You're trying to molly get right or other under window. Then you just immediately miss your molly. It fades with 16 seconds left to go because it took so long for the rounds to evolve. Now everybody's frantic, trying to get out of the apartments. We still got to get the plant. We haven't dealt with the site anchors. We only know about Angelo and Cat. Everything goes wrong at the climax of the round because of that missed Molotov.
Seeing another set of pistols is really just disheartening for us, and surely it must be a little bit difficult to cope with, even being the players amidst the action. Smokes to go out from Desh to set them both. Con and window. That time the incendiary does hit. And actually, interestingly enough, I think the incendiary, if it's thrown the way that they are throwing it, wouldn't burn them entirely out. They could just hug the back wall. So maybe something for the Sharks to look into. But this mid-control actually does kind of spell the room for another one of those site takes that you say are ever so consistent from the Keyed Stars, though, Anthran. And into Gafolo, he is going to have to be the first line of defense to do something about it. And when he drops, now I'm worried.
Oh, that's a problem. And, I mean, RDN gets something back up Catwalk, but they still have all of this information in this room. Thankfully, Koala, he's just come through the murder hole and pretty much saved him. Trade is in, but now you see rotators on the site. Now you see bodies on the right side of the map. You see Doc with a very comfortable angle sitting around fire, and it's just, there's no hope, really, when it's a 1v3 with a Deagle. Everything, again, goes wrong for the Keyed Stars as soon as things go right, it feels.
Spot out. One more full investment before we enter territories in which the Sharks have very, very convincingly found themselves up on their opponent's map pick, might I remind you, Anthran. That is a bit of a stinger, a bit of a zinger. And the snipers between Angelo and Desh, I mean, both of them are performing well enough, but the fact of the matter that Angelo is yet to even fall, it's a little bit more impressive for him. So now just posting up comfortably at the B site as what you would consider, I guess, an anchor. They're more willing to play for a retake, though, and he knows that it's very difficult for them to flash off that position, and he'd be right.
And you're not. Oh, I was literally about to say you're not going to see him repeat, but apparently you will, because he goes right back in, double dips, and Desh hits the deck. So now Renzau is pretty much responsible for any casualties that are next to occur on this B site, and still in a very good spot to do it. Not a lot of util left for the Keyed Stars. Angelo's still ripping shots. They can't even progress past Van, for God's sake. I'm not sure how you're going to get a plant out of this.
Waiting for them to get out through market. I guess somebody's going to have a good hold on to it, but it's the second player that goes out after that first is killed, if that is to be the case. Need to blow the smoke. Player a little bit exposed. Ninja turns. Nobody's there, but the boost back. Not red, but a window that's been opened up to a perfect angle, of course. Who else but Angelo? This is the kind of round you need him to come and shine, and he was the anchor, the solo player, and him finding 2 before they've even hit the floor outside that windowsill is kind of absurd. 7 as that lead is now extended, and this half is already theirs.
Yeah, this is just laying up what we were talking about in the pre-show. We were saying, I mean, even though sometimes the Sharks make mistakes, there's the bodies behind it that make things so good for them. This round isn't a great example of it, but we're just seeing how well everybody is playing individually. You look around the board. You already said Angelo doesn't have a death. I don't know how he gets the impact he does in that round, quite
Oh.
frankly, but we've not seen a flawless game from the Sharks calling-wise. We've seen it still replicated in the score sheet because of all of these things. And now it's potentially another missed call.
Does
Smoke's
Doc
going to
go
come in on
cleared?
CT, and
Oh.
Doc is getting cleared. Now we get to see a big advantage for the Keed Stars.
Definitely shocked to see that. Gafolo no line of sights to be able to support Angelo in CT, but honestly, when has he needed it? A smoke to his face, and thankfully for Keed Stars, that's the case, because a flash I don't think would have done it. He was prepped and ready for that to have been, and now it's Leo who's low with that rifle. He can't toss it over to anybody, not just yet, because they're also exposed. A 1-for-1, though, in split seconds to where the Sharks have their entry onto a retake, certainly, but they're going to need some more frags delivered from the players on the outside extremities, and Leo actually managing to find a kill with his HP being where it was. Need to see some snappiness from Gafolo in and onto the site and dealing with the players both at ramp and sandwich, and Koala sneaks out, already having found his stalls, waits, and calls for the captain's call to make it an 8th round.
Again, it just feels like even when things aren't going the Sharks' way, they somehow come away with a win every single time. This round is minus Angelo. This round is minus one of your star anchors on the A site in a spot that normally you would classify as getting at least the 1.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't even think they smoked CT. So
They did a little late. It was late, but they did.
Just wild to see it keep going their way. The buy's going to come back out thanks to the fact that they got a plant, but I mean, it's getting hard to
What
even
does that
think of
even mean?
extremes, right? Like, at this point, almost nothing has been going the Keed Stars' way, and we almost see him immediately lose a player, too.
Oh, there goes the incendiary, and now holding in front of this smoke. He's not been shot down, and, you know, usually that, again, is thrown for some sort of a purpose, but feels a little bit wasted in this instance, I will say. It's just one of those things that won't really work out for the Sharks, but when one thing doesn't work out, Angelo does, but this time shut down before he has the chance to spring out for a multi. His first death turned into a second.
Yeah, that repeat was not going to be warranted after what he's been doing these past few. But look at Doc. The aggression hasn't ended. He's gone straight into Palace knowing about a potential vacancy. Usually you're not putting 3 on A as like a default. So he'll see how far he can take this pony as he walks into T-spawn, sees nobody home. You can have mid if you want to. This round is on a timer. And if you don't stop this flank from Doc, if you don't progress into a site before he gets activated, it's done.
Really wondering when RDN decides to make some sort of an activation move, knowing that Gafolo sees nothing happening up towards that catwalk. Maybe RDN slips out prematurely, but oh, good shot from Desh. Really good shot from Desh, but RDN turns his attention back, and I thought that there was room for a second. I really did, but around that corner, there's so much jiggling available to when he can bait out that next firefight and flash the last of them as Koala's been tucked. He's not been, heard or known, but always playing here. It shouldn't be a shock to Flash that he's in this space, but speaking of a shock, it's lightning quick that he flies up through catwalk and trying to rotate away, but that bomb let loose. The only reason he needed to, shot in the spine, and Doc is repositioned. It's going to be a blindsided player from 2 different prongs. It's 9, and it's looking dire, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know what you say at this point. Now we're seeing great responses, too, from the Sharks. I mean, you did finally see Angelo get burnt, so I guess there's something to ride in that. The fact that they've stopped him from, I don't know, just having his way with the entire team whenever he wants to. But we're up 9-0. We're down 2 timeouts. We're running out of advantages to give. We haven't gotten bomb plants. It's just the hard knock life, man. Feels like you're about to see a Broadway musical about this tale.
A Galil for Ninja. I mean, a couple more thrown into the hands of the rest. The scrapbook has been depleted. The individuals have been defeated. And it's honestly even curious to see that there's 8 kills for Leo and Desh, keeping themselves even close to what would be an even score in kills to deaths in what's been an utter blowout otherwise. In we go. One more.
Left. This time they're going to simplify it. Go for a full-on sight hit. Why the hell not try it? I don't think we've seen anything like this when it comes to rifles. So the smokes will fly, and the players will fly out, but they're going to fly straight into Angelo.
RDN taking up a position that's already been once before played
Ooh.
from, and I think that is going to be pretty red and pretty hard as well, as Doc eventually fights off that back. And then a triple kill from the player, make it 4, who had not yet even made himself a known entity in this server. What a round to be a blessing to the Keyed Stars. But, I mean, multi-kills, we're going to need to see a lot more of those if they want to string together rounds. The consistency of something like that is to be questioned, but nevertheless, it's a good highlight to have in what was a drought.
I mean, that would have been alarming had they lost it, right? There's still the unacceptable things, it feels like. When that full exit comes in, I mean, the util is great, the timing is great, but the fact that RDN gets a kill while he's burning in the fire of Sandwich is a little absurd, and now they're just going to fly out, see if they can't play with the momentum. Ninjas takes first contact, but he's the first death that's found.
Hearing these rings out from all different sides of the map from Angelo's op, get fearful, but Desh feeling no fear even still, not letting himself be backed into a corner just by the shots that has been hitting from his adversary. And hold the phone, this op is certainly dealing its damage. He can play around this smoke, the mollies won't make him do anything too drastic. Another one close in walking distance, but missed on the shot. It's movement inaccuracy that will strike him down.
Dude, it almost felt like he was about to pull something off there too, but
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's not like that momentum is something that the Sharks are unused to. They were ready to deal with that. You could immediately see the movements they'd made. So it's back to the drawing board. They won't go home speechless, but they also won't go home with anything all that crazy impressive. Especially when you look at the buy featured. Includes a MAC-10 and a lot lacking util presence. But it's back to mid so far, just default stuff thrown. RDN doing something a little unorthodox as he walks all the way up without even the assistance of a flashbang and comes out with the 1 kill on Ninjas. These entries haven't been working for the Keyed Stars, but maybe now as the dust settles, things change in a 3-on-2.
You know who's still alive and kicking? Angelo, baby. This guy feels ice in his veins. He's just taking swing after swing and pretty tucked in to this Palace position right now is Doc, just on the outer rims of it. So if they walk into him haphazardly, they may be in for a rude awakening. His repositioning is limited following that first duel. And realizing this, he actually pulls deeper in towards the site. So maybe the one and done, maybe he ducks down, maybe he calls upon Angelo, but he's a long ways away on the long con, on the long flank. Doc, now, I said Doc, and I was going to say ducks. Doc ducks. And will he be a perfect position player?
Oh my... He gets traded there, but that's still a pretty nice shot on Flash.
Yeah.
And tees up Angelo for what could be potentially the first clutch of the show so far. All really depends on the timing, where he decides to pick as well. Angelo walks up through ramp, being a beast, keeping tabs on it, does spot the head, so should be chilling here rather soon. Couple 5-7 shots missed. Vina Beast won't let him get away with anything, and at least march away with 2. Different stage, but unfortunately for the Keed Stars, the same story as we've been talking about for what feels like months now. The Sharks really not struggling to walk right through them, and maybe something changes on the CT half, but with only potentially 3 rounds remaining, my hopes aren't set very high. Right now, an A take in the cards for the Sharks, but they'll meet a 3-man stack.
Oh, hold on. Dual Berettas, baby. Desh, I mean, if he can catch the Palace player first before anybody spots him at the bottom side of the ramp, he's going to have to stay tough.
Oh
That's
my-
to be the case, but a running gun in Gafolo gets him and leaves not much to the imagination for the rest of the entries as CT has been spotted, the site player's been dealt with, and everyone chipping in now. It's mere seconds after they've gotten themselves through that everyone will have been befallen but 2.
That Molly just feels like a participation trophy more so than anything. They can't even throw it by the time their entire defense is crumbled on the A site and Flash, Venabeast. I mean, sure, you can go for it, but maybe save your armor for the next round, because you will be fighting for potentially your life in the next. Venabeast, not as much interest considering he didn't invest any of that. He just, I think, threw the dualies over to Desh and called it a day. But doesn't really change the story they're in right now, as he's only mustered the one on the pushing man in ramp. Yeah, it's just, you know, I had a feeling you'd say something like that, and I just, man, wow.
Terrorists win.
Oh my, turn your microphone off.
Because it's TV room. Because he was looking into the TV room.
I'm gonna need you to squabble up out of that chair and stop talking.
Well, 2 rounds, it's not enough. Sharks have 11 at this point now, within 2, closing their opponent's map pick in a dominant fashion in a way that we haven't very rarely seen before in these guys who typically take the maps, but things only seem to be getting worse as the days go by between these quote-unquote rivals, as we put it in the pre-show. It's crazy
Well,
how many coincidences that were there for me to line up those string of words.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I loved it, man. That one wasn't even bad. This one might be, though, oh, actually, never mind. Thought he was only going to get away with the tag on the player walking out. Instead, he's bought time for everybody to get to the scene. 4-on-4, and health really not adding up for the for the Sharks right now. Even though they find themselves in a 3-on-3, they are just barely hanging on, the Sharks, that being. Doc and Koala get to run the sim that it felt like Desh and Leo were rocking in the first half for a numerous amount of them. But when this Mag 7 gets involved, I don't think there's going to be a lot of mercy shown. With the bomb stuck in Van, too, it's not like you're getting out of here. That Molly is their only saving grace, and with the amount of angles you're going to have to clear these players out of, I don't think it's going to help you very much. Koala, he'll shift in and likely be the first to take contact, but shouldn't really change all that much. Dash's scout, maybe you miss a shot and you get something off of that. But that's your first hole to try and exploit.
Oh.
And Doc doesn't even burn his Molotov. Now things get a little more interesting. That nade's gonna... Oh, no, I thought it would barely live, but you're right. So, yeah, that Molly won't ever be used. Koala's gonna squabble his way out and probably find himself into the next round, finally giving one over to the Keed Stars. Nah, I don't know. This is hard. They're playing this crossfire so patiently. There's only 16 seconds. They refuse to give anything over and say die. And that Molly's only used to cover the push out from Marketor. Yeah, just quick lights out from Leo. And I guess a third on the board, so something.
Yeah, Venabeast went from being 0 kills to 9 in 3 rounds. That's kind of nuts. Bro is definitely playing the game at the very least now, and they kind of needed that as the only player yet to enter the kill feed and enter the board, and he's since superseded both Flash and Ninjas, so I guess that's some sort of a feel-good moment playing up against not map point.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta feel like there's at least just that little bit of a string of magic to be conjured up.
I think when you're trying to pull off a comeback, not playing against match point means way more than you can assume.
It means the world.
So,
Because once it hits
Can't really-
match point, then, you know,
next mistake gets done.
immediately frown.
But I don't think that's going to come here unless they somehow overwhelm the MP9 of Flash. Jumping through the smoke, I think they just might. Nah, 1-for-2 trade. Should be relaxed here. Venabeast holds things down for now, sees the second player around the site. And looks like maybe they'll have another round to add up here shortly. Gafolo's P250 might look nice in certain moments of his lifetime. Don't imagine this is going to be one to put on the highlight reel. He does have armor, but he doesn't have a head. So what can he really do?
So no head.
can't say that, man. You can't say that, man.
7 more, boys. They're clapping it up, looking at each other right now if they're in person, and if not, virtually fist bumping via TeamSpeak.
Yup. 11's all they get.
Man, I mean, like, this is where you can start to feel a little bit good about yourself. You start hitting some taps, hit a nice spray, hit a burst or two here and there, and Leo with the AK has got the best weapon for that job. They go, and a lineup for a double. It's good enough. Could have been slightly better, perhaps, but they were in that line. They were in that conglomerate made to hit the toes of Koala, and it should be easy pickings. But even still, a couple more kills being procured with only these 2 weapons. That's probably not the greatest of looks, seeing as another dink has transpired. 2 players in that position and no gun for Donk, but he's going to try and make his way around to World.
I mean, I'm not entirely
88,
sure.
80 seconds.
Or 28 years. Take your pick.
Okay. What was that?
Haven't even seen that movie yet, man. But I'm a little interested in this move.
No
'cause-
way.
Oh, actually. Oh, dude, he had that lined up. That might have been a potential kill for sure. I don't think the one headshot would have killed, but
Lucky little dingster, and then a follow-up to the chest on a spam.
right. He had the right idea. I was very concerned. It's not like there was a gun down for him to grab, right? The one MP9 was in like a ton, and then you had an AK in window.
Trained
You weren't
on
getting
your
that.
position. There's Dash's sniper rifle, to which I had given pretty good praises over on the T side for still keeping in this game that they hadn't even gotten around at that point in. So let's see what he's got now. Let's see what he's got now that they're actually hitting a bit of a stride and they're actually calling a bit of a roll. A lot of HEs and mollies towards topside mid to no recipients, man. It's a lot of money wasted. It's a lot of pollution you just added to the atmosphere of Mirage for no good reason.
And it actually might come back to haunt them later on in the round because they don't, beyond these 2 mollies, which, I mean, this first molly is going to be thrown on contact to them peeking bottom con. So beyond that, there's really not a ton to hold them off from getting into the site. You might come to regret that. But there are 3 players, so if not utility, then artillery. Even though the Sharks don't really have a destination set in stone right now. Looking for it around mid, the closest nearby being Vina. Knows that it's just jiggling, won't really commit to a fight. It's maybe Dash or Leo who I expect to be the first, and Leo is getting a little antsy. He'll tuck in a sandwich, but that hasn't actually worked out well this game for either one of these teams.
No, not really. It's been pretty well met. Angelo already being pushed down from bottom con with the opera jiggling even further beyond and refacing, but not getting any kills, but not confirmation at least as to what's going on. Decimated on one shot and flushed out of some others. Will this go cleared? Leo, oh my god, he's getting hard checked by Koala. Like, listen, we've seen them clear it, but that, seeing 2 players already dispatched of him, it's the chaos of needing to plant, is a big conversion to where now a man advantage all of a sudden turn 2.
Doesn't mean it's over yet, though. You know somebody's over in the headshot angle. You've just smoked off Renzao and Khan. This limits the impact greatly. I don't really know how you hold this off. If you're the Sharks right now, they're forced to make a move, and they walk right into them. I don't know how Flash falls, but now it's Venabeast who's got to answer the call, and the only answer he's going to give them is a save.
I don't like that at all.
No.
Against map point, you're going to be willing to befall this round and just save the AWP when you know the position of both of them? I don't...
They have money, too, so...
Yeah, the kit, I don't know. That seems like a little bit misguided to me. It seems like he doesn't really believe in himself all that much, given that he already recently got himself on the board to this extent, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, good luck with stringing together these rounds now. Your opponents aren't exactly wealthy either, I guess. So, I mean, maybe knowing that it would be a better circumstance for your team than theirs, but it's really negligible. The AWP is really the only thing that separates you, but okay, let's make it 2. That's a call to make. One that I hope doesn't see them dressed in blood.
You just got to hope at this point. And I think Dash has got the right idea. They're going to maybe take ramp with this. Yeah, Ninjas will walk up, and this could be huge, especially when the Sharks are committing toward A. They'll get an early warning, but if he walks a little too far, might fly into the sun. Oh, that is not what you could do. Renzao, he's going to say, let's go in off of that. They got their opening pick. They have this advantage.
All this spray and spam from the op and the rifle alike, but only one player there initially, grouped by the rest with the bomb on the shoulders. So again, it's going to have to be somebody doing something dire. No mollies for a retake, a flash from Vina Beast, a smoke that's been already dispatched of. So maybe they'll look to go in before the bomb is even in the post plant. It's now already having been crossed. Doc the one at the front lines to hold them on their plant in moments, but will Desh be given a line of sight, a sliver of a soul? Because as of right now, actually the bomb has deepened itself in towards ramp to where it was once at Apex. This is awkward.
Oh, until Doc does something like that, still trade comes in, but that's the MP9 and CT spawn. Not exactly the weapon you want there. And again, this is something we were cluing into a past couple of rounds. It's just the utility late when it comes to the keyed stars.
They're
They usually
anxious.
don't
They think
have
it's
a ton left. Oh, no. This is not what they could be doing, Flash. He's just warned them. He's told them it's coming toward the ace that you've got to get back in, but that one missed shot could be everything. That was their chance to even this out. Now Vina's going to have to do it, and apparently the ops are singing right now. 3 kills come through in the blink of an eye, and now Gafoyo doesn't even have anonymity anymore. He'll let him get the plant, but this round should in all likelihood end up theirs.
Knows that his finances needed it, knows that his team did as well, and their buy is not going to be simple, but that round lost. It's only given them a singular of bonus, so he's looking to close. He's got the HP for it. He knows that one was deepened in towards spawn with that sniper. It's Leo who's the unknown man, but only soon will he get a 1 versus 1. Relatively easy, actually, if he just turns his attention to the proper location. The shoulder of Leo betrays him, and okay, the defuse wasn't coming in fully. It looked like it was for a second, but Flash gets off of it thinking better. That's 6. That's 2 still alive, and that's a broke back buy that the Sharks are probably going to need to take one off for up until 12-7.
I mean, I feel like this is a round that could have very easily gone south in that 1-on-3. It's just the fact that they give up 1v1s everywhere you look. You mentioned it yourself. You look to the right, you've gotten clean and honest fight with the player coming from Con. That's a scary situation, man. I mean, a lot of hesitation there from the Keyed Stars as well. I'd almost say respect, because you don't see them going haywire to try and come through and find the trade while he's shooting at, I believe it's Vina stuck in the corner of jungle. So it's just essentially everybody sitting around saying, I'm scared to take this fight. There's a couple of ways you can look at it, but it still ends with the Keyed Stars alive and well, or at least as well as they can be. Going against a weekend bye shouldn't be too hard. But a slow burner of a round.
Yeah, they're really just going to try and work a pick, I guess, at some point in mid. I mean, they're just going to sit on their hands a little bit. And you know what? It might work. It depends on how, I guess, what would the word be? Aware they are. They're going to need to be pretty cerebral about their clears, and given that there's a player on the tops of the bricks as well.
That's one of those angles that only works like once a half, too, so. I guess bring it out now. Why not? They will fall to this, though. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, wow. Only a tag on Gafoyo, so they get the warning early, and they're going to know a second player's here. Quick clear of Flash, and what could have been your ace in the hole is now just turned to the reason you might drop the map. Koala and Gafoyo both combined for a 3-on-5. Again, utility. It's just not there. They have 2 smokes to play with to fend this off. Those nades could be everything, but an op in CT is not what you want for a retake. So the M4 comes through, gives away another, and it looks like they're ready to just about tap out. Kits on both of them, but that shouldn't matter. 25 seconds. They have taken their sweet time as Ninjas makes this task a bit easier. There comes out the nade. Flash to get a player out of Palace. They still try to deny this plant, but in doing so, that might have been the final domino to fall. A 1v3 for Desh, and it's just not happening. Koala steps up and sends Key Stars out of Mirage.
Yeah, that's wicked. I mean, what can you say other than congratulations to the Sharks? A little bit of life breathed in towards the end of Mirage, but the dust will settle and the bodies will lay flat on their own pick, and they're going to have to be looking towards the future, and a broad one at that, and a bright one for Sharks, seeing as their choice is a little bit of a specialty one, Anthran, in Train.
Just depends, man. I mean, again, I want to say that maybe there was something to hold on to if you're the Keyed Sharks, but at the same time, it all came toward the end of the game, right? The one maybe hopeful thing is the fact that Vina Beast started to step up. Some of the individuals came to life, so we did see some combating there, but who knows? Was that really just them stepping up, or was the Sharks putting their foot off the gas because the game was practically already over? We'll only know when we come back into this second map after the break.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
no longer got a hold of me. You heard the screaming, but you didn't mean it when you said that you would change. No, and the word you say you're killing me. You keep on bringing me down. No, no.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight
Nothing too unexpected. We see the Sharks take the first map, and now we head to train. This is a battleground these teams have gone on, I believe, 4 times now. And, I mean, we've already told you in the past, it's not really looked all that great for the Keed Stars. Hopefully now, with some pep in their step from the previous finish, that can change. They've got great post plans too. I mean, dealing with ninjas is just an asterisk at this point. Wasn't necessarily required until, I guess, the penultimate, but for now, it's just Keed Stars taking fights, losing them pretty dry. It's not like there's flashes. It's not like it's big on trading. And that's kind of an alarming sight, right? This feels like the Sharks just kind of pounced out of the lower side of B and won it with flying colors. It's not exactly a great omen to kick this off. Yeah. Not entirely shocking. But they are getting a decent chunk of time to come back over to the A site, so I'd imagine you're going to see at least a kill out of them, right? Something. Ooh, maybe even more, depending on how far they go. Right now, Ninjas is on a very long-winded flank to T-Con, and they're playing the slow game here, the Sharks are, so he'll get an opportunity to strike, and still, nobody's clued into this just yet. I am a little alarmed for how far they can take this. Realistically speaking, these just low econ pistols, and yeah, finally they realize something's up. Stack hasn't been seen, something's brewing. Renzo and Angelo both wise up to it, and the P250 shouldn't even inch this closer. Bomb goes down, and the Antigua goes the way you'd expect. I mean, I've seen games where people don't die. I've seen games where people don't get a kill. Now, have you ever seen a game where somebody does nothing? Man, I hate how much I leave you up for that. I am never. That felt like prime Kobe right there, bro. And it worked on the pistol, too. This time, I'd say maybe better equipped to deal with it, but not in any better spots. A couple mollies hit them as they come out with the thrower. However, it's the sprays that are to talk about because they're all over the place. A 3-for-1 trade when the first 2 players were dropped to 40 HP. It reminds me of a round on Mirage. It's just that this can't be happening. The Key Stars have the kill laid out for them, and it's just as clean and cut as a whiff. I mean, this start's going to hurt even more, too, right? Because we mentioned what it could mean, you know, starting down 4-0, and then you get your rifles out again, and all the fun stuff that comes beyond that. But we didn't really discuss it from the CT side, and obviously we're still on the old patch, so, you know, it doesn't really feel any better. In fact, it feels a lot worse, because now you're pretty much giving away 2 fights to 1, and you connect a nade early on, but I don't expect a lot of holding to be done in this round unless it comes from the scout of Leo, though Ninjas has gotten suspiciously far through lower, and Koala's going to back off and give it to him. Yeah, this is, again, kind of how you expected things to go down, though. Flash is still in Pop Dog. There is a world maybe he can do some damage. Beyond that, though, looks like the Keyed Stars are kind of ready to head out of this round already. Maybe Leo. Maybe, just maybe. That does look like they're going to peek him. Yeah, they will. Scout shot missed, though. Now the jig is up. Dash is just looking for a trade. I doubt he'll peek first, or maybe he will. Try to play some human contact angle, and it works for the kill on Doc. Maybe Koala, who's fallen scarily low to 10 HP. Now you got to hold on. This 5-7 is absolutely still in play, and they've got a flash to set him up. AK on Dash. Things are about to get messy. He's gone all the way around to T-Con, but this could be the kill of the round. Polo holds it down. Now you might just be better off saving. I mean, I just think having the gun on Dash is a big step in the right direction. Even though things were going wrong on Mirage, there was still some good moments from him, even when the round wouldn't necessarily come with it. And right now, the Keyed Stars don't really have anybody to rely on. I'm hoping that changes. Leo wants to be the one to do it, though, as he's run all the way up into T-Con. They're taking the fight to him early, and nobody's here to stop him. Yeah, but the Sharks just baited it out. I'm pretty sure just threw that one smoke out of T-Con for the entire purpose of baiting out Util, and time is running low, but the Sharks have operated with this in the past. I still don't know where they're going to try to take this, because you've got 2 maybe aiming toward a B finish, but they'll spin back around Pop, and this will be an A hit. Oh no! I mean, you said it yourself. That bomb was just simply put way too far out of the fray. If anybody was throwing that util, it shouldn't be him. Or easier end, just throw the bomb to a teammate. But again, they will be built out by the individuals, doing their jobs, clearing their angles, I'd say. I mean, maybe not the best, but something. But again, I feel like this round just comes down to utility for the Keyed Stars. They use so much taking T-Con early. They get it early. They set up aggressively on this A site. But it feels like that responsive smoke, which is intended for when they actually throw all their utility, is just wasted so early on. You see a smoke thrown out to try to lurk back into Telecon, and they immediately drop their last piece of utility. That can't happen. Now, the guns come out, maybe the gloves come off, but right now the Keed Stars don't have a ton to work with except for a couple of players pushed lower, and they're pushed out. Yeah, the bruising is starting to happen yet again, and Doc is still around here, trying to take away more guns. I almost thought he even had the head lined up on Beast, but we know how aggressive the Sharks have been these past few. I would not be surprised to see them go for these hunts. In fact, more of the opposite. But Angelo is currently... if he did that, I would just disconnect from the server. Honestly, that's just it, right? Like, GG, man. But the fact that Angelo is currently the closest is telling that they probably won't be going for these hunts anymore aggressively, even with the cash to play with. More so just not giving them another AK, not giving them that up. I gotta see it, man. One of these days, I gotta see it. I mean, if it's possible on Nuke, man. And look at the paranoia on Leo. He has to worry about pretty much everything at this point. He's got to care for T-Con. He's got to care for the ladder push. And this is what I'm saying. There's just too much to worry about. You can't keep your head on a swivel. And well...
we're back. Now it's only two players who are in a very familiar place in terms of the save, Anthran. I mean, it's a story that writes itself, and it's a bit repetitive at that. The script writers aren't needing a whole lot of creative direction on this one.
No, I think they're going to hit up the PR room to wonder what the hell's going wrong. Rather, the writing room, because, I mean, this is just not a fair story for the Keed Stars. But, hey, I mean, you'll keep the op, right? They wrote that one in. So that's cool. Right, surely they keep the op. That's gonna happen. Yeah, okay. There's not even anybody nearby. You're keeping the op. But, I mean, it's still 7-0, right? Like, that can't really be taken away from. And it doesn't even feel like they haven't gotten Desh into impact spots either, right? You feel like in spots like this, maybe you tune and coo your opper and say, maybe we try to set you up. Maybe we try to get you involved. Maybe we try to get you in the fray. He was there. Last round, he saw the first player in pop, but it's just that lurk coming out of Ivy. That fight lost is everything.
GG's high and low. Masking a little bit of the sound, which actually Flash dropping the incendiary is a bit too late. You would have thought, actually, covering him once they flush in. They went through the sidewalk instead, but they get two back. From that?
That's...
It was up, I mean, a very big part of it, to be frank.
This is kind of what I'm saying, though, right? There's so many times where the Keed Stars, like, they have a great idea, and I love the way they held that down, but it's just, that's not a shot you can be missing. That's not a kill you can be giving over if you're Flash. Thankfully, Ninjas has earned the advantage back, so the pressure's really on the Sharks to make the next move, and Beast won't be spotted. In fact, he might be the one to just go out and win him the round. Angelo, he's got to worry about 3 separate angles right now. Already lagged. This is just cooked. And of course, it's Beast to deliver it to him.
He held that angle for so long, dude. I feel so bad.
Way of the
So
world.
patient. Never offer, yeah. I mean, he could have given him the slip. He could have just popped him off and then had to very much so easily turned about face. I mean, a temporary frown. The Sharks, I could only assume, though, as they're still probably pretty cool with how this one's transpired up to this point. Can't complain. Get much better in side, not that far. No, they're being random. Really get a move on, but still
That's a little overkill.
flashes from that last map in not dying all that much. Same would be said here. And look, they've forced themselves into T-Con. They've used a little less utility as far as smokes and mollies are concerned than last time.
I mean, they used 3 mollies.
A lot
I
of
don't.
HGs. Oh, they were mollies? I thought those were HGs. I thought it was...
No, they used 3 mollies to take T-Con. I feel like that was a little overkill. Either that or it was a miscomm, because the first 2 players who ran up both threw mollies, and then there was a second that went
Oh,
deeper.
I think it was 2 mollies and 2 HGs or something, then.
Something crazy.
That's crazy, okay.
And they know Leo's here too, right? He had to extinguish that molly. So everything you just did, pretty much for naught. They're defending him with his life, just trying to spam through the smoke. It's desperation, but Doc won't let you get away. Good trade. So you mitigate the damage, but it's still so much lost.
That's pretty heads up from Beast to expect that to be what's happening around him, given his teammate was already being kind of red, you know what I mean? Like, you could see that they had a vision, so... Next best thing, I guess, to set up your next step, in which they do so well, but still a map where 4v4, if they can crank out a good little bit of map control, Keyed Stars, then they may be in for a good spot to stave off anything too crazy. So right now you can see that they haven't gone into upper B, but they've placed 2 players there, and that's actually going to be an issue if B2Bs can't get more here. First, good enough. Second player not dealt with. It's Dash, who can take up a longer line of sight with lower HP. This offers the perfect weapon for the job.
I mean, he's got a great line to hold right here. You can just wait. I mean, even if he goes 1 for 1, that should be fine. Theoretically, it should be easily closed.
13.
I don't even know if this is going to get checked. No, it will, but not as hard as it should have. Ninja's the one to find the kill, not Dash. Both spotted, but with 6 seconds to go. The only thing you can do is run for the hills, and even that's covered by Flash. Heads up, and maybe a good round that could start something more for the Keyed Stars.
First time we're going to see some bloodshed from the Sharks. You can see that they actually are mortal and can be touched. Galil for Gafolo. Money in the bin, should they be unable to restabilize. This time they're actually going to give back T-Con. And oh, that was a weird exchange. Very, very weird. I can't even believe that. Frankly, Desh hits the leg. That was a really swift pick and shots into his shoulder and pre-fire and preemptively hoping that somebody would be there. He gets legged up.
It's one of those angles where you're like, you should not be holding it that tight, and it just works. So, you know what? Leg, you'll take that. The Sharks, they've immediately rerouted to the A site, which doesn't really look all that more welcoming. Leo's only got the 1, though, and now problems start to arise. They've dealt with the 1 player outside T-Con. They've got these angles cleared, and you can see the Keyed Stars start to panic a little bit. They've pulled somebody off of B, but there's also a flank in the works. Flash, done this a couple of times now. I'd expect them to be ready for it. Angelo, he's hitting right now. You said ice in his veins on Mirage. He's kept that here.
He didn't hit that shot, but dude, if there wasn't a world, you saw the patch from it at most. And it's the reactions that matter in the long term. If he's able to do more of that, and he's strung together 2 kills, as is Flash, the player you'd said may have been able to give a run on the flank, but nah, it's locked. I mean, Gafolo's not going to let that one loose, and Flash doesn't even want to go for it.
I will say, I'm impressed with how Angelo's been playing this game, right? Because it feels like back on Mirage, he started off as more of like a supportive throw util for my team kind of opper, and then we really saw him take over some rounds. And here, I think this is another one where you can point to him. So that's exactly what I feel like you want, especially if you're the Sharks who invested into a young opper. This is a confidence game. Rough around the edges to keep this up, and I'm sure the Sharks will be something you're talking about in a couple of months.
Perhaps.
Perchance.
I'm always tentatively excited about these South American teams until they end up breaking my heart, but...
Do not talk to Cole about Fluxo.
I've had too many a talk. Not the last round of the half. Dead.
Oh my god! Bro!
Damage on the
Oh
dash.
my... And he's done this only once. The fact that they're ready for it is insane.
Kill though, and again, I mean, similar to Angelo's situation in the last or two ago, was it? But Dash's AWP is the best weapon for... Or no, it was Dash actually, the other round in Hell. It's the best weapon for this kind of a situation if he is to be the one who gets Oso tagged.
That spam gives me vibes of the old overpass wallbang, if you remember that one. That one was a doozy. I missed that one.
You mean the new overpass wallbang?
Can you still do it?
Talking about through the wood? From
I'm talking
T-spawn
about,
to-
yeah, from
right?
T-spawn to... No, CT
Yeah.
spawn to T-spawn.
Oh, with the off?
That one. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. Whoa, that's problematic when you get double swung and you're within 2 minutes of death. Both players firing one at a click.
Argentina. Ripped out. He's staying around E-Box, surprisingly enough. Yeah, maybe expecting Leo to be closer for that assistance, but the flashes are just sublime. You can see the perfect time to toss him over. And it's another one where Ninjas doesn't even really get to get his hands on this. He's just, by the time the site's overwhelmed and CT spawn trying to rotate in. It doesn't help that the fact that these rounds have gone by so fast that it feels like the Sharks are so good at keeping themselves masked until they go straight into a site and there's no time for rotation to come in. Wait a second, actually, hold on. They're gonna go through CT spawn to B, and I don't think they realize this. He doesn't have a kit, does he? He does, okay, but it's just, yeah, they only so many places he could be. I was a little worried, I won't lie.
NGL. Here goes nothing. One fail swoop, things can all be stolen away in that pistol round. If they can convert here, then maybe they can get themselves onto a bit of a run to where forcing economic situations, double digits being stricken. Could be a way back. It's the only way in my mind. Double digits here, I mean, it's likely when that is, and if that is here, rather. The odds, the Sharks, as sharp as they've looked, on their CT side as well, especially even, I don't really have many doubts in my mind that they're going to be able to find some success stories.
Yeah.
Whether it just be one or two here and there and overturn an eco, that should be all the doctor orders. So yeah, like I said, this doesn't have to be all the eggs in one basket. Be's tagged already as low as he is now, without even vision onto what would have been a 1 versus 1. Not even real contact. This is an issue.
Yeah, and T-Con's been one of their one tricks they've used this game, and it's just down the gutter. You not only do you not get control of it, but you take 80 damage trying to do so, and in a round where you have next to nothing, that's going to hurt even more. Sharks, they never really have to have anything in mind. Even if their default doesn't mount them a kill, even if it doesn't mount the map control, eventually something like this happens where you've got to get info. Beast, pressured to go into Pop Dog, only finds a couple of bullets to the chest in the first pick going the other way.
Doc inches his way. Waiting for smokes to fade, seeing if anybody wanted to get cute. Flash. Nope. A smoke. To allow Doc further room to move. Where they're just going to exec that B-side later on. He made that transition and Flash, I mean, receiving exactly that. Right to the face. And although they may team flash themselves, there's no one there to capitalize on such an oopsie. Closer. I mean, in the back lines, destroyed is the last lock-in. The M4A1S and FAMAS united at the backsides of CT, but well and truly held.
It's just really a game of maybe stat padding right now. Dash hasn't even had too horrible of a half. Nobody has. I'm sorry, there's a couple of people who have, but Leo and Co, they've done their jobs, it feels like. You can't even entirely help them, but I don't know. It just feels like everywhere you've looked this game, things have only gone the way of the Sharks, even with those 2 rounds, and that's likely to be true when we come back from the break.
Say no concealer. Come on, get together. Tonight's the night. And even if you're feeling
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Well, the dying embers of Train seem to be upon us. It's the Sharks. They've utterly dominated, it felt like, on both Mirage and now Train. It will take a monumental upswing, but it seems like the hill is going down right now, Anthran.
And I mean, you also got to factor in that the Sharks have not lost a pistol. They are 3 for 3 currently, so and even like that's going to be something to aid the likes of the Keed Stars. There's so many things going against them, you really can't put it all into words in enough time. But who knows? I've seen them win these before. I haven't.
Yeah. They've got one molly, it's been used, it's been thrown. It's from the A site, actually, I think, to elicit some sort of chaos, but a 1-for-1 in which they still continue to pop back and forth without fully committing into the retake before necessary. It's a man up. It's not planted deep, far back. There is no room to aggress. That's a problem, actually, for Keed Stars right now, and a big one at that, because they've already begun their walk-up.
And they've got kits too, so maybe you could play a crossfire here, but I'm not entirely getting that vibe because Stock and Koala have already ripped this one open, and Ninjas again is spotted. He can only fire shots to what feels like the Abyss, but runs by, stays alive, gets damaged, one headshot too many, and this round's gonna turn topsy-turvy. Finally, they decide to go together, take him down. Chaos ends with a Sharks round.
My God, thank the Lord that Doc is the one who has the kid right there. That is very nearly a done deal. If it was Koala, he would have been just a fraction too late, I think. Or, I mean, also if Doc had died, Koala would have had to double back to get it. So there's 11. It was a little bit of a heavy breather despite them being in that man-up scenario. Played well enough, but almost clutched back in another moment where they think chaos will equal success. It simply doesn't, Anthony, and it simply hasn't all game long. This is a try A1 spy up against with that bomb being planted, some kills being collected, a couple of Galils, no AK-47s. The high level of firepower in contrast is not exactly fluent in seeing as there's already only 3 flashes left for this. The Keed Stars are just going to have to run it in for gunfights, and it's not something that they've been all too keen on winning so far in this series.
Yeah, when your aimers aren't shooting back, it's kind of a tricky one to try and piece together. I can at least bow down to that. Oh, but maybe they are shooting back. That's a nice shot. Desh just won his Optor with a scout in hand, so some light at the end of the tunnel right now for the Keed Stars, who continue to play it slow. But the Sharks, again, they have to make the next move. They don't really have a lot of info as to what's going on, and the one thing that I feel like is tricky about New Train is just how much you're responsible for in a lot of these CT angles.
2-2. Trying to keep it split enough to where someone can lean on the other. But eventually, the A site looks even so slightly susceptible, and RDN realizing that something may be afoot, turns back, doubles in. Dot also plays off the wall, and again, without much utility to try and push out these positions, there's not much that they can do about it. And that sees and dispels map and series point as the Sharks had their backs up against the wall, given the opener was found by the scout of all things. Nothing more to transpire.
And I just come back to finding myself thinking about the history we talked about with these two. That's just really,
the worst it's been.
I was going to say, it's just really not been all that great. Even in the best of threes they've played in the past, we mentioned something. We mentioned that they've not gotten 10 rounds on a map since April.
10 rounds in a series.
At least they've gotten 10 rounds in a series. This time, if we're going the trajectory of expectation, it's not happening here.
last time they found 10 rounds in a series was in February. There were 2 best of 1s in April, but I don't count those as a best of 3 because they don't count them, so I don't have to.
Well, you are stupid.
Okay.
Sorry.
Second opinion.
Sorry.
Requires second opinion. This man is clearly off his rocker.
Just a little quirked up is all.
Seems like these guys are picking up some pistols. Again, that relatively unreliable Galil, a little bit of a shake of the head of Gafolo and trying to, you know, agree with whatever the call has been made. I agree. And the only player yet to purchase, yet to make that investment is Ninjas. So with the match being paused, one would only assume that he's the one being afflicted by whatever issues may be going on right now. Maybe a little bit of lag.
Maybe they got him. Maybe he was got by some ninjas. Maybe.
This game hasn't really been that long. If you had to go to the bathroom, you should have went before we started.
No. You gotta understand. He chugged a bottle of water in round 5.
I don't have to understand a darn thing.
Oh, you're right. True. But he totally chugged a bottle of water in round 5. He totally did. You ever eaten a Pokemon card? Why not?
What are you talking about?
Just wondering. I was just curious. As always, just a question. It's alright though. Don't worry.
Have you? Have you eaten a card?
2 of them.
2 of them.
2. Yep. Oh wait, what's that? What's that I hear? I hear a break calling. Oh well, you know, we gotta go to a break, man. Oh well, see you guys after.
Hello, we're back. Probably not for very long. I mean, have you seen the score? It's unfortunate. It's 12-2. It's been a steamrolling on train. That much is for sure. One more shot. If you had one opportunity, one moment, to capture everything you've ever wanted. I butchered that. Well, I let it slip.
I don't like you.
I couldn't get it properly. I aligned the wordage. But here comes a little bit of a faster one. They don't have any opportunity to do anything other than a fast play. There's no fakes.
Yeah.
There's no fast rotations. There's no baits. It's got to be all in on an effort, and this B site looks like where they want to go for it.
And here's what's nasty about it. This angle from Koala, you either wait and say, yeah, you guys can come and set up, or you go through a smoke. And at this point, they're just going to start dumping utility on. I don't even think they can afford to go through this. Gafolo the first. He sees 3 people trampling out of the upper side of this map. Somehow, Desh's Eagle has created a vacuum to get them into this site. But CT rifles, not really going to be outdone by CT pistols, or so it feels like that. But they're getting some respectable damage. A 1v1 game on the line, a difference of 8 HP. Maybe I can't do math, maybe I can, who knows? But it's guns on both sides. Long range, in fact. Caught reloading! Wow, that's a crazy double back. Ninja's just... Buy a lottery ticket, man.
They captured the moment. Can you believe it?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's just... That's so hard to imagine happening for the Keedstars. You've got the rotation coming through, and he's reloading in an angle that is... kind of in the open for both spots Ninja could be.
Yeah. It's another one where they just refuse to say die, but what will it really come to mean the long term? Nine and a scout. Pushing it. The FAMAS. Good luck with that. fairness, what we had seen the Keed Stars get away with in the last, but I mean, that's a completely different story. The context, see them in numbers and droves flushed into that B site. And no tag, not from him anyway, takes one instead. Damage through that corner and a walk down through B, up through the halls. They've gotten a lot of numbers, but still yet to really make use of any of that now, as his vision has been taken away from him, stricken. There's no HEs, there's virtually nothing. They know that they're in a bit of a box, so they're just trying to do what they can to puff up their chest with their smokes.
Cool of a call and response, though. You see that one peek from Ivy, even though he doesn't land a tag, it's that info. They walk all the way through Pop Dog. Now they wanted to start maybe going for an upper flank. But all in all, they can safely establish where the Keed Stars will and won't be. So that's why you see them getting so aggressive, taking some spots on the map. And here comes the crossfire. This is likely where the round ends, though. Doc turned away, gets caught. Sidelined as well. Koala's MP9 shouldn't be much of a factor. Maybe one, maybe two if you're lucky, but beyond that, it's just a round written in the books for Keed Stars. So they will at least get 10 in the series. That's something.
They scare inside the smoke. All too concerning once it's all said and done. Going to be relaxing, kicking their feet back right now until opportunity falls to their hands.
Kind of feels like the same thing as Mirage, where, you know, you're toward the end of the game, they can take a couple of risks. They've got a lot of rounds built up. And it's hard, though, because now you don't even have that extra rounds to play with. If you're the Keed Stars, you are just straight up going against the match point the entire time. Inside of a volley, so a lot more damage than they would have initially bargained for. Even a kill more than they would have bargained for alongside that. What is going on? Why did Gafoyo just find 3 kills on an AK? This is a full USP round. I don't know why of any round they'd win the series, it'd be here. But there's nothing but guns littering the floor. There's Desh on 46 HP. Armor be damned. There's so many different angles that Doc can be at right now.
But also take into mind that he probably expects, at least should expect, that Doc's going to try and double back to find one of the AKs, and he sprays him! A missed chance and a missed opportunity. It slipped through their fingers again in a round that they need to be face-palming about. It's Pro League life continuing for the Sharks, and dead in the water for Keed Stars.
It's one Molly. It's one Molotov that they
Good
bring into that
Lord.
round. I don't know how you possibly managed to claw that off. It doesn't really matter the team. Anybody it feels like is going to win that. It's one Molly. That it doesn't even do more than damage on one person, but Gafoyo, his 3K, picking up the AK whilst having 2 people gunning him down and getting all of those kills is ridiculous. But look, end result, not defying expectations. This is what we expected. This is what history had foretold, and this is who's going to go on.
There's barely anything really even to analyze about that game. Unfortunately, we go into this thinking that it was going to be a battering individually from the Sharks, and it was that and then some. So unfortunately for the Keed Stars, back to the drawing board and trying to make use of this formula that they've drawn up in due time. This might not be the place to do it, but in the future, perhaps. As a break is prepared, we're ready to throw ourselves into a little bit of a hiatus before the final game of the day between me and Anthran for you guys. It's Bestia, it's Selva in just a while.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a silver can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a number, pieces of data. Just a number.
feeling's right, when the moment's right, you see me. Fanning out the fire, fanning out the fire, always. Bring me on, then I can be whole now. Bring me on, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight, with just your candlelight. I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight this evening. It's just only right, it's just only right for me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, believe me. Gave you all I got, gave you all I got, you'll see. Bring me on, and I can be home now. Bring me on, just your candlelight, just your candlelight. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You'll only find out to see. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You'll only find out to see.
Well, it might have taken us a minute, but we find ourselves at our second best of three of the day. And honestly, I think this might be the most competitive of the first stage. If I'm being entirely realistic, this is a match that could legitimately go either way. I think there's a couple of these best of threes in the first stage that are kind of one-sided, like we just saw versus where with the Sharks weather. But between Bestia and Co, I feel like this is kind of hard to accurately predict. The last time these two teams met up, Bestia won, but it still went 3 maps, and it was pretty close. Sure. I agree, and I think for Bestia, they're kind of in their peak form. I'd argue this roster specifically has ever been. Now, I think it's very hard to talk about this team without talking about the history. Now, this is a team that's obviously been around since, I'd say pretty late global offensive days, but even before that, they had a run under the team Isurus. The point I'm trying to make here is players like Noxie and Luchog have, depending on your definition, never played at a tier 1 event. That's something that's kind of surprising to me considering how long they've been on this team, and they're still trying to fight to get it. They had their chance at the major. You can't like go anywhere without understanding it was a heartbreaking story for this team to not play at the major, but they don't have a ton of opportunities in front of themselves. So the fact that they find themselves here in this ESL Pro League qualifier, looking like the best they've ever looked like, with good wins behind them, is a step in the right direction. Now, considering the other teams in this bracket, I would argue this is a squad you could see go far. Now, as for winning it entirely, I'm not going to leave it out of the possibility, but I think a match like this is going to show us really where they are, because Selva isn't a team to write off. As you said, this was team solid. This is a squad who have been around the block a couple of times, and I even believe a couple of these players have been in tier 1 events alongside that. Point is, there's some weak competition, there's some strong competition. This is one of those strong teams, right? This isn't going to be a walk in the park for Bestia, and I want to see probably their peak performance that we've seen.
I think it's going to be a pretty easy one in the regards in which we'd seen it last. But, you know, like you said, it's been so long since we'd last seen them. So we'll see whether or not they can pull it off here. Bestia, as you say, in one of their better forms. I actually haven't casted them a little more recently than maybe you have actually been a little bit worried about some of the players on this team, individually speaking, pointing the finger primarily at Noxie. But it's weird because in those games, it was like, I think he had maybe double-digit kills after 2 maps or something, but Kaysen was approaching like 40. So it's really, really weird. But, you know, I guess if Noxie can be in even decent enough form to make room for Kaysen to not feel that pressure, things can pop off. Speaking of popping off, Kaysen in from this side of Temple. He can just burst away on them before they've even gotten close to what you consider a plant space.
I'm already in the pistol. Thomason finally changes that out with him being dropped in Temple. Now it's on to a retake effort. There's still a smoking donut and a lurk to worry about coming from Destiny, but that lurk isn't going to be much of a problem if you deal with the entire site push before it. So it'll be a 1-on-4 attempt, obviously going to go for it, but it's not like it should go that far unless they give him a couple 1v1s, which Luchov is testing the waters with. He's jiggling from the site. He's a 1v1 isolated right now, but doesn't really seem like Destiny has a ton of interest in taking it.
No, and for good reason. Seeing only a few seconds of delay before Destiny eventually makes a more deep move. A nice burst out, tap deep into the player whose head was the only exposed on his way towards the site. The rest pop off after the fact. The rest to make good off the information that he's still stuck by. And 2 players falling is a really nice place to be in. Looking at your future finances, Selva, I think, you know, reasonable save here. Bestia gonna get good rifles in with an SMG for Luchov to farm up, and the utility is going to be scattered just enough, knowing that they should be up against the lesser buy. They won't really have to think all too much about wasting, quote-unquote, any of it. It's probably going to be just about as much firepower as they possibly need above all else. What are they doing right now?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe just waiting out the smokes.
Well, no, yeah, I was just confused what that jump thing was. Just a lot of sound being given for fun. Should they have taken those B steps with that smoke? You're like, we're here, we're here.
Could be part of the idea.
I guess.
Yeah. Didn't think about that one, did you?
I guess.
Oh, Timo, he is set up for a monstrous round right now. I mean, it is Glocks against M4s at the end of the day, but you do not want to have your young guns hitting hard early on in this game. You already talked about Selva, you know, just wanted to make sure all their wits were about them, but I think there's a couple of players on this Bestia team where I look at and I'm like, when they get going, they get going. And Kaysen and Timo are both those players. I mean, you could also argue people like Luchov, for instance, but
I'd say
I think
before any of those.
I don't know. I think I've seen Kassin have crazy games, especially as of late. When they get the op into his hands, when he has opening rounds like he's had, he can really hit the ground running.
Yeah. Still a little criminal.
Sure. Oh, come on, now you can't be calling me fake like that.
But right now, a player who I'm actually pretty excited to see once again is Tamate, who is having probably the best of these players' individual moments on their team when they were solid, and always been one. And not getting an offer from any other team was a little bit weird to me, honest and truthfully. Not really getting a chance anywhere else. Had me scratching my head just a little bit. Young kid, rifler, hard shooter, a hard hitter. DRG, I believe, was this team's in-game leader. Or not DRG. Game leader before. Slash has replaced them. Anyway, I'll get back to it in a little bit. QEB's the last of them. He was the shooter of the squad at that point in time. Why can't... Oh, no, wait, who was it? Do you remember? I'm kind of mad.
I feel like they've gone through a couple of different people.
Oh, there's 2 DRGs. Okay, yeah, it was the one I was thinking of. And he leaves and now he's back. Okay.
I actually think this is kind of problematic. This smoke is going to fade, and there's a couple of ways you can take this. You could obviously take one, but I think you're going to discipline it. Oh my God, the fact that Luchov gets that kill is criminal. Even the observer looks down on him in shame. For shame.
Didn't even take the time to just lock onto the head first. He wanted to go for the transition spray. That could have been play, man.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. I mean, it's really unfortunate they lose that round too, because again, now you're gonna start off with the works of like a 4-0. And
if you're Luchov, your heart rate probably spiked.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't help that you saw Thomason after walking into the smoke. He like turns around a little bit and starts to act a little sketchy. So like, trying to pull the trigger as soon as you can so he doesn't spot you. But end of the day, it is what it is. But Tech-9's, I'm not gonna completely write off their potential impact, especially when there's only one fending in Donut.
Shocked to see how much they were given there, but I mean, you know, I guess they gave it to him in good faith because they would just throw their smokes and mollies as they needed otherwise, and they could probably afford a re-aggression late, but they could Selva to continue this. I don't know how much I'm game for this. They've already lost one in Luchov now, Kaysen, as well as Tomas stuck behind this mid house door way, and continuing onwards through it. They actually then lose the distance advantage, being tightened down much more loose. And a MAC-10, the A4 there, man, wishful thinking.
I mean, it's not even just one, it's 2 of them. Rare that you see the A4, I feel, nowadays, but Thomason, I'm pretty sure, has been a long time adopter of it, so I'm not against it. Here, it's pretty much more so the same. They at least get a bump out of it. Actually, it's maybe more, but they know one person isolated on the site. If they can lock down Nightdawn before this rotation comes in, then it really shouldn't be much of a worry, but Tomate is here, and it is planted for him. That Molly will slow him down, but it shouldn't do everything for him. They have to find this kill, and they aren't sticking it. Smoke goes on top of it. That one could be a bit dicey. He's just sticking it, though, and it should be all taken care of. Still a messy eco round, though. 3 kills given away. Bomb plant grab. Not too bad.
Not too bad, not too great for either team. You know, I think it's definitely better than bad for Selva. It's probably about what they were looking for, plus 1 kill.
Sure.
Call it a net good.
We call that a net positive, man. I'm only saying that because you called me out for Thomason, so.
Well, you also said we're buying take a look at the board, pal.
Ooh, Luchov gonna make good use of it. 2 flashes all the way in the middle. It's a double flash. They walk down with Thomason and Luchov and GVB. He'll get his hands in the mix, but I think it's too far too late. The trade is in. They want more. Oh my lord, what is going on? It's push after push. Timo's caught out late, and the advantage swaps back.
Dude, re-aggression after re-aggression from peak after peak, and Noxie's is really the best of them all, but everyone else having been befell and Nightdawn expecting to walk down the ramp. Both of them are low, smoke to the right. Noxie has a molly, he can come out of the plant. Unless they put it up somewhere a little unorthodox in through, he'll walk. He's going to use his instincts on this one, but he may have just bumped into the wall. I think Noxie might have just out-movemented himself, outplayed himself even as the caller versus the opper. One more vision than the other, but soon Noxie will regain his. He can isolate one of these 2 in extremely important positions to play from in the post, and they may look to group. So let's see what he opts to do here, because that incendiary, once he clears this, will be all the more easy to determine where he should lob it. They could have walked towards the sides of their spawn. It's going to be the spam, but already inside the Molotov. Nightthumb will burn. Nightthumb will tick. Noxie's got a kit. He's got to stick it now. I think he's gone too long, too far and gone, or not. If the spam can stop, the knock is in with split seconds between. It's a hair, but it's too tight. I think even if he hadn't killed him.
I mean, you're right. He just waits way too long. And the fact is, if he had stuck it as soon as he hears that first op shot fire from Nithon, he probably ends up getting it. It's just that unconfirmed damage that they got earlier on in the round. They don't know Noxie is low. Normally, he could just go and stick that molly. He could just run through it and take a shot. It would, you know, the op would fall, but it'd be a trade, right? You just end up winning the round anyway. So it's that one piece of missing information from Bestia that changes that from 5-0 to 4-1. And even though they win the round, it's a timeout called. It's not one they probably should have gotten away with as easily. You saw just how much went wrong at the start of that round and just how much GBB had to do to pull it back. Sharp shooting, though.
Really, really weird round to look back on in demo review because it feels like Bestia made the right decisions at each turn. You know, again, the staggered aggressions really are meant to catch players off, but GBB is, I mean, if he's playing like that, that's like another level. Protecting the player very often. Cave. Miluchov just trying to get some lucky damage through it. He's going to have to pull himself deeper and deeper amidst it, however, as he loses his B anchor, he effectively flexes into one.
Very passive round. I don't think we've seen this just yet. Not this level of patience, so. Quick change of the tempo. GBB rattles off some info. Fully blinded, just decides to let it rip, and now they're going to slow walk down mid. No flash, nothing. They're just taking it raw, and right now, Tamate doesn't realize just how much is on the other side of this. Lucky to have backed off. Look elsewhere. There's the opener on Luchov in a full B bomb site.
Luchov effectively feeling so very pressured from Cave. He needs to make a move with his back against the wall, walks through the ramp and gets downed, and they're not ready for their spring into action. Their call to it is not to get shot in the side. Surely that was weird. It looked like it took longer than place would have led me to believe, as the both of them from left and right side see the smoke fade, slash at the pillar, needs someone there, needs someone on site, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he'll be able to fight off of it himself. Attention taken, and this wall is at least cover enough for a time to where the defuse with no kit needs to come almost instantly, and they realize it's too far gone. There's too many kills left to find, and there's too little a time on the clock to justify them. 4-2, Selva feeling themselves now reintegrated into this game after a couple of shots put through seem like they're both tactically and individually now ready to scale.
I'm not gonna lie, this round kind of feels like a bit of, maybe not mistrust, but just lack of confidence in some of the angles. I specifically say because when they're going for that retake, coming back in from square, Thomasin's on the left, the other two on the right, you see those players holding cave for Thomasin, and he still ends up going in to clear it anyway. The reason I think that's a bit weird is because his job is to go up and hold the left of sight. He's the first guy taking contact on the site players, and he's too worried about cave and angle already held that he just ends up swinging it anyway and falls to the site player.
Once again, this mid-control given pretty freely, but that's by virtue of them not having really much of anything to go with here. Their money is so scattered that they were trying to get players in hero buys, and surely they've gotten Kaysen and Timo in both positions where they can have some impact. The boost especially, making for it head. Only just being seen, hello, to an opening frag and a smoke from Timo that very well might allow them to make some sort of a tricky maneuver that Selva can't very well read.
We have X-ray, and I didn't even realize he was peeking, man. I thought he was hidden.
He was barely. It was almost like he was pressed up with his back against the door, I think.
Yeah. 1 inch of that
like,
shoulder, man.
How the hell are you ever gonna think that you're gonna get shot from a boost up in that position on a round like this? You know what I mean? Like, this, again, a hero buy effectively. This wasn't a normal purchase round. This is way on Orthodox.
Oh, they don't clear the corner though.
No.
Oh my God! One too many shots with. It was so crazy. Timo still gets a shot back through the smoke, but what could have been is something that'll live rent-free in the minds of Bestia unless somehow this is pulled back, the smoke front cave. But as for utility goes, that's really all they've got. So, meat shield, hope Timo can do it all for you, and so far he is, answering the call tenfold. He's got 2 kills on his armored up M4. Said it was a hero buy. It might be a hero win if he can keep this pathing up. He knows somebody's tucked into the corner. 2 patience might pay off. Timo's got another, but there's no kit down, and as low as Tamate is, again, it's unconfirmed, and by a mere inch, it won't be a Bestia round.
Yeah, another one where you would have just had to stick the bomb immediately, and there's still a player alive. You can't justify it. The utility isn't there. The kit, rather, and Tamate, he'll go down. And, okay, wait a minute, though. 5 players killed here.
That's a win.
Reinvestments forced on a round where it was a hero rifle or 2. It's absolutely a victory they'll take in stride because they themselves are going to have everything they'll need, including the case in AWP. And that's something where he hasn't even needed it yet, dude. We haven't called upon an AWP in order to be a difference maker in swing positions and swing rounds. If he's fast enough on a rifle at this point in time and they're giving them dry enough fights in mid, maybe a change of pace as far as that's concerned could be something huge. Instead taking his off towards the back end of house while the explosive B execution is here. A smoke in defense, I believe, from the CTs and allowance to play on the backside around the pillar. Volley, flash high just behind. Timo's playing in it. And the left side, they've swung. Slash is not quite catching the player who rotated from cave. Shot because of it and leaving Kaysen a full rotation through. That smoke only now fades. And Destiny lets to snap back to reality and snap a couple of heads. But Tamate, he's not there. He's not here to support. And given that fact, a clutch. And one I think is just too far loose.
Not like he's going to get away, though. So, a little bit of info could potentially make this more interesting. Thomas most vulnerable. First peek comes out and the trade isn't there. Luchov sticks in and waits for him to inch further. Finally ends the what could have been nightmare. But man, that round is going to leave a sour taste in your mouth if you're Selva. They had such a cool idea. They get up ramp with minimal damage on GBB, and they go for that double smoke pop on site. It's just the flash is an inch off the mark from blinding that second player. If it was, it's almost a world of opportunity for Selva.
I mean, yeah, Luchov also notably at the end of that clutch in the 2 versus 1, or rather the 3 versus 1, I guess, doesn't shoot haphazardly because his teammate is being fried off. Right. He's in a tough position. If he fires there, and that player in cave knows that the op is long, he has much more isolation power. So, it's the little things that, you know, it might not have meant anything. It likely wouldn't have, but even still, it just creates a whole other world of opportunity for him. He's overrun. There's 5 players there. He shoots.
Oh my!
Talk about threading the needle.
These guys are not scared to hit it where it hurts, and in every single one of these rounds, it feels like they're so quick to try and get into one of these sites when they have the opportunity. Almost a mowdown. There it is. Timo's pulled it back to a 3-on-3, but in other worlds, it's Selva pretty much dominating. Bomb plant not down yet, just a second off, and that might be what does them in. They had the push. They had everything going for them, but it's just 1 second too soon, rather it felt like, and Tamate cannot answer the call with a MAC-10 at long range. Chaotic round ends in a chaotic way. Bestia still head above water.
I hate being that guy, and I hate being this guy, rather, but I can't help but notice that every time in recent history that I've been casting Noxie, he does need his teammates to bail him out every time, man, and it's getting a little bit egregious because obviously this game isn't exactly down to the wire or anything like that, but in situations where you're about to get run through by pistols, him not getting a 1, that needs to be rectified. He knows that they're all on the way. He's got an SMG in close range. He's got the full information. It's they who have to get the heads up, ain't duel.
I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit there. I mean, even though, yeah, things are working, the fact that Noxie isn't doing as strong as he probably should be or doing what his job honestly is.
Here's a good moment, though.
It's going to pay dividends. Again, though, he falls. This is going to mentally do things to your team. You're going to start leaning a little bit towards one side. You're going to cheat over by an inch that you probably shouldn't. That's a gap that's opening for Selva, whether they realize it or not.
Yeah.
And this is another round. He's
just
set up
manifested
perfectly.
The exact same thing, and not even necessarily him being set up. I'm okay with it. There was nobody there to effectively trade. A good one back, perhaps, but Tomasit on the op. The one recovered from Case, and that's going to be saved. That is a bit of a bummer. You said that you would be kicking yourself if you were Selva in the last. Well, you're probably actually feeling better that this is the one that you win, perhaps, considering what you've now done to Bestia's economy.
Oh, it's abysmal. Everything's gone. It's shot. And you're probably not even getting this off wholeheartedly. Nithon, it's just, I mean, Shadow's given, but this is the info you cannot afford to give over. Tom is in. There's so many angles to worry about coming in from him. Ain't nobody's near this, so yes, he will save the off or not. How has he missed that? Walks right in. Destiny steals it away. Their one saving grace in the 11th now ripped from his cold dead hands. What a stinger. And you just got to roll with that too, right? I mean, anything can happen. It's not something you haven't heard. It's a tale as old as time. You put an op in somebody's hands, one right move can make one right round go your way. That is a bigger loss than some people may realize.
Timeout seems technical. Seems on the side of Bestia. Something's going on in the camp right now that they need to set straight. In many ways, this has been looking pretty fine. It's these last couple of rounds that are really giving us an insight as to where the gaps can be. And I'm willing to give Noxie the benefit of the doubt in some instances. It's not like you can't just lose fights, and again, that's okay, especially given how the game was going. But that's when the conversation begins to build, when things aren't going very well. How much can you accredit? But we'll see whether or not that will be a Noxie redemption on this remainder of this half or into the next in just a bit. It's going to be a pause, a little bit of a break before we jump back into Bestia versus Selva.
Well, this round shouldn't be too big of an ordeal, but maybe the next one, depending. Oh, wait a second. Maybe it will be. Bestia have fully bought.
I don't know, man. I mean, 6 rounds right now, that's okay. That's not bad. I'm starting to lose the shimmer and the eyes I had once seen.
Shimmer's a different team, man.
Bestia players, okay? Talk to me. Flashes. Bang, bang. No one actually going out with them in mid. Just meant to elicit a little bit of fear from the guys at Bestia, but what it's actually done is it's forced them to the site. They can go, but not with the blind. Same too can be said about the MP9. Adios later. Jason's in, though.
Oh!
Timo, this rotation is almost instant. Where have they come from? Materializing, and they may have done enough, but it still takes 2 pistols. It still takes a mountain. And it still takes Timo, who had done his due diligence to try and sit and wait, but honestly, maybe a little bit of an early spring through Temple.
Man, I saw so many ways that round was about to unwind for Selva. I think they're lucky to hang on to it in the end. A couple of kills, not what you were hoping for if you're Bestia. They needed a round win there, because now you're just left off with the same buy, maybe missing a couple of things, missing some of that utility. And it's a very scary thought to think toward the end of this half. It's Selva playing with Bestia and their rotations, shifting them around like pawns wherever they want. And guess what? If it ain't broke, why fix it? Potentially the best line you could ever say in any sort of competition ever.
They're already all the way through where they need to be. Jason's going to hear this player running at some point in time if he's using the range by the time he does know he's arriving. Too far gone. AK-47 trades places good dings. I mean, softened to the point where, again, maybe some magic can happen. But again, not even much of anything except bring players into the red. That's not going to be nearly enough to convert. We go 6-all, and what a weird and wacky way for it to happen. Tune into the next half to see if this is the climb back from Bestia, or excuse me, from Selva, or if it's just too far gone.
As one potentially famous villain said, perfectly balanced as all things should be, we head to the second with nobody really emerging as the favorite just yet. But as of late, looks like Selva have got their number just a bit more, though that's going to change as Bestia have opened it up with 2.
Moretta's flood down through the bottom ends to meet their potential makers, but eventually they peel off, realizing it may not be worth it, and they make a decision that maybe their teammates should have prior. Good to deal with the first, the bottom sides of these steps, but the A site's a true and final location, but it won't matter. They won't get to see that site on retake. Potential 2 for Case and 2 for Luchov. A singular from Timo, and the only one he'll need to fend off the ramp walk at 7.
Honestly, rather quick, especially considering the end of this half. Well, maybe not. The last 2 rounds were rather fast, but a lot of the middle ground was very patient, very back and forth. So they set the pace early, and Selva aren't going to try to match it. They're going to say you can take your 2-round gap, you've earned it. So we look toward the future, which, honestly, again, there's still good, bad, and ugly from Bestia. You've got a couple of very reliable pieces right now in Luchov, in Cassin, in Timo, all playing crazy well. And there's the elephant in the room. And we will let slide another run for now. So far, Emo down.
I mean,
Did he
pretty
just
cool,
lose
though,
like a lil?
to feel as Kaysen, maybe. As Kaysen, who's just trying to farm up a little bit of cash, get himself feeling good, the player who we noted primarily at the beginning of this game. And look where he sits. 17, and we're only just beginning the second half. Off to a sprint. Start.
Well, love tap.
Still here, though. Yeah, taking a little bit of slashing.
I almost wonder if that changed things. I want to talk more about that after the round, but right now it's a 5-on-4 where they've exploded onto the A site, and he's got to trade back onto the likes of Nython, but that's not going to be the end of the road.
They've got so much utility to keep these guys away, though. Another re-smoke. Oh, that's going to be a pretty easy position to spam, though. Cave side, the side, rather. It'll be a little more awkward, but a reload and a quick spam into the next. It's easier said than done to try and get advantage, though, especially in the case that there's 2 players deep in. I said that as Kaysen had mowed them both down. We knew one was in Donut. We knew there could have been one towards spawn. Seeing as the late A activation, another shot, even with the shadow advantage. It's Noxie who needs this clutch. He needs this 1-versus-1. He plays around this fight debate, but oh no, turns himself in and can't catch the kill. It's a 10-second defuse, and I think it's just about going to be as close as you could have asked it for.
Now, I say what I said because I'm looking at it with the buy was, right? So Timo got thrown the Mac 10, and you know, he was the first out as well. So he was first to potentially take a fight, and it would have likely been in mid. I almost wonder if the fact that he gets stabbed changes it from him to Thomason to go out mid. Food for thought. Could be making a mountain out of a molehill, but would also be a very interesting dialogue if that were to be the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always just going to be a net negative. I mean, it slows down your movement speed a little bit, obviously damages your teammate. Might tilt him a little bit even on top of that, seeing how close this first map actually is.
Just
map also being the pick of Selva that they really like to have over the heads of them to dangle on onto the next.
Maybe it won't matter too much if they can just come back out and win the round. Or Tamate goes for a run boost. Thomason caught blindsided, does it again. So maybe it wasn't by design. Rather, maybe it was. Timo, trade on the Galil, but it feels like everything's going wrong once the rifles have come out. Selva have got something different to show you. And right now, I don't think Bestia are liking it all that much. Immediately dropped their 3 different members. Timo on 33 health's got to lead the charge through a smoke with an op. And he ain't even going to get that far. He can't even get back in the smoke. This one is a rough one to swallow. And at this point, Noxie's just hoping for some pity frags at the end. No op saved. Not a lot of guns taken. Ultimately, a big loss for Bestia and a big win for Selva.
Yes, indeed. Now, meeting them eye to eye. And also looking to actually bump them down a peg even further beyond that. I don't think Bestia are going to be... I think the matter that this game might get close in situations where they probably should have just outright converted the win is going to be tilting, but I don't think it's going to make them think like second doubts in their heads and
No.
to the rest of the series. But, you know, that always just seeds in the back of your mind, depending on the result of the following. Tommaso run, before they even get into this cross for the plant, they have the one smoke that was budgeted for, and that's a 3-point. That's a rifle they can utilize. And I don't know, again, they don't have a whole lot to use it from that point forth. Nate should finish Tommaso, and this should just be a done deal.
I'm not going to count it out just yet. I do like a nice entertaining round, of course, as much as everybody else does. Couple lineup in Temple, but not good enough. We saw a few rounds ago, I think it was Casson who tried to make ends meet with a rather similar outcome, but this one is just overrun even after the opening pick from Noxie, which, you know, nice shot, by the way, gets them this plant. But we're going to need a bit more if they want to keep adding up rounds, because so far this has been a pretty one-sided CT half outside the pistol. And a timeout called for again. Oh boy, have there been some issues.
Yeah, we've been assessing them. We've been keeping our eyes closely set to them as we possibly could have. But right now, it certainly does seem to feel like the issue is actually falling upon an individual error. I mean, Noxie could have not gotten a kill for as many rounds as he wanted, so long as he just converted that 1 versus 1, frankly. Like, that one was the juncture at which they needed him most. It's those little moments to where if he was a 1-kill different player, they can look past the HLTV statistics, perhaps, but with a minimum of 4 rounds left of play before the ends of this map, that's Noxie who could very well potentially find himself at an 18 death line. And honestly, truthfully, like, I've seen games in recent history just as well where he had gone as desperate as to start picking up the AWP over Kaysen. Like, that is a dangerous prospect if that's the necessity to find yourself a useful tool. But Kaysen, a definitely, you know, impactful rifler in his own regard, but when he's feeling maybe either a little bit uncomfortable or he's shifted out of his position adjacent and Noxie doesn't get a kill with that AWP, it's just a facepalm kind of moment, and I've seen that. I'll tell you what. Right now, they don't have that option. They don't have that opportunity, especially not on T side. You would never dream about taking the op out of Kaysen's hands in this moment in time. But 5 AK-47, still potent, but it is going to be Nithon who has that leg up just for a while here.
I don't even know if I would entirely go as far as saying, like, so far the second half has been his fault, but I think
no. Not
there
his
is
fault.
okay, yeah, probably language.
Just
but
needed him in that moment.
I think there's a lot of moments on that CT side where you can look at him though, where there were a couple of big rounds where you're like, well, maybe if he gets, you know, just one here or stays alive here, then the score is entirely different. One of them obviously being the round where it got brought up on that round where he's playing Temple, 2 people come out A. He had what felt like it should have been at least one. Then there's the 1v1 toward the end. I think it was the very last round. Then there's I think it was when they were at 6-4 or maybe 6-3, if I'm not mistaken. And the Tech 9s run out B main and he's the first taking contact. There's a lot of different points, but so far I think this T side has been, for lack of a better term, kind of a mess. And that's the bigger issue at play right now. That's got to change with the rifles coming out, because as you said, only 4 rounds left. There's not really a ton of time left on the cards, and if Bestia just get mowed down here again, then you might just be looking at the end of Ancient. Right now, Selva want to take it to you, blasting through the smoke, but now Luchov's got their number. Oh, dude. How does Cassin get that kill? That felt like Destiny had so much written for him in the stars, but no. Cassin spins, Timo's traded, the bomb goes down, and I think Nathan's going to try to drop this trade, but a missed shot leads them right back into the driver's seat. Tomate looking for any reasoning to come back in for a retake with Thomason on a flank from mid. Looks like this is all wrapped up.
Terrorists win.
Still gonna need a bit more though. Round likely far closer than anticipated. Especially if that duel in CT went the other way. You could see them shifting back in. It looked like for a moment they were going to maybe contemplate doing a 2-on-2 retake. But way the wind blows, it seems. And right now, again, another tech pause. Looks like maybe Thomason having the issue this time. So we're at least getting a little daring with the ones having the troubles. Is that why you keep a crystal orb on your desk? Oh. 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 Honestly, I don't even think this has necessarily been a fragging issue as of late, if you want my humble opinion. So far, Kazin and Luchov alone, even without Timo, have just had crazy impact in some of these rounds. It's beyond that I feel like issues could start to accrue, but for now, it's not too far dire. Quick mid-take comes through from Selva. They have played with fire these past few rounds. They've tried to take the fight, so I think Bestia are a little more aware of this now, playing slower to start these rounds, letting them burn through their utility, and look at how much they expend in the first few seconds. Cool. That's why we wait a couple of days before we go calling him back and saying, where's my invite? Now, Tamate, he's at the party, but oh my lord, I thought he was going to get thrown straight out by security. No. Dances in the fire, says, this is my friend, and that's all I need. Same with Nithon, who crawls up from cave to close it out. Huge play from Tamate and CT that honestly saves the round for Selva. And it doesn't even feel like they've been lacking the prowess for like entrying, but it feels like when they've done something, when they've gotten an entry, it's not played for, if that makes sense. There's been like a lack of trades, there's been a lack of Quick having a second man there, or maybe flash him again so he can try to go forward more or get back. It feels like usually it's as cut and dry as somebody goes in, wins the opening duel, gets traded out, and then one of your best players has gone in Selva, just essentially wait for you to walk in. Right now, the target is on Dono. Flashing off Destiny. What does he do about it? I think you bring up a really good point. Honestly, I didn't necessarily consider the possibility of what other players on the team would feel like if they are presented with that option, because Cassin's been playing lights out. You're right. I'd almost imagine to a degree he either slows down or burns out. Right. That hurts. Now, the one thing that alarms me the most, like what's alarming me the most, honestly, is thinking about going into Nuke, right? And some of the characteristics where you'd expect to see players do well, where you'd expect to see teams maybe not do so well. I think Bestia have a very strong CT side, but from what we've seen and the issues we've discussed, those are all kind of pointed toward the CT side, and I don't think those are just going to get shaken off. So you combine that, and I only imagine things might get worse, but for now, not looking so hot. They've doubled up on another B play. Timo and Luchov don't even walk away with one this time. Thomas and Cass and Noxy have to answer for it, and Thomas and his at least made the job a little easier with the frag on Destiny, but that's not the only trade you need. You need way more. What's interesting is I feel like in that round you can actually point to a couple of differences between Bestia at the start of this half and at the end of this half, mainly the pace. I think the way Luchov tries to get that entry out in B stairs is way different than you would have seen 3 or 4 rounds ago, and I think it is starting to play a role against this Bestia mindset. I feel like you hit the nail on the head. I'm kind of with you, man. I feel like there's a lot of things pointing towards Selva's favor right now. Again, you got to remember, this is a team that's been around the block. They are no novices in this regard, but that CT side looked different. Bestia, maybe the score looked a bit closer than you would expect. You got to remember, that comes with the pistol. That comes with the win after the fact. They won one T-sided round, and beyond that, a lot of their rounds looked desperate, looked hopeful at best. And I don't know if that's going to change shifting into a map like Nuke, especially with the format of Bestia. And I think we're only going to get answers when we come back from the break and head into it on map 2.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yeah. I won't give up the fight.
disappear. You can't find me, you can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way.
Well, maybe Nuke can solve some of Bestia's woes because that T side on Anubis, or I'm sorry, on Ancient, was not very inspiring. And if they keep that slack up, this might not be far off of a Selva win. I mean, it's been a while since they've done that against the squad under any name, so I'm sure they'd love that. But Bestia are still in the way. Caston's looking to lead the charge.
Yeah, and we're still not, you know, even close to something as far as being entirely out on this team would be. In Bestia, certainly not. It's just a little uninspiring, as said. So, bringing it all back, reining it in. One more go. Pause pop towards either inner or ramp. Yet to be really determined, but I think the outside lurker makes me think it's going to be a ramp pop. Oh, pardon. As they want to try and make their way down to the lower and cut some rotations. In they'll go. The dual Berettas already swiftly dealing with one as they weren't aware of a second player and propping. And there's so many rotations back. They can fight this pretty confidently, Selva. Doesn't mean that they'll win.
I'm surprised they're able to get through ramp as easily as they are. However, they're still low HP. They've taken a lot of bruises, and if Destiny wins this fight on Luchob, this is a big deal. However, it looks like they've just narrowly baited him out. There's a quick headshot, or rather, no, just a shot in general on the low HP Caston, and looks like things are under control just like that. Quickly swept under the rug, apparently.
Dying down. After what was a pretty promising setup, I will also say. One that I had my faith in. Pretty well placed, I thought, but Dual Berettas being the only one that really lived up to the expectations that had been so seamlessly set. Guys are going to be in a weird spot, but scouts here, some SMGs, no flashbangs if they want to get up close and personal without exposing themselves all too far wide, unless they want to rip around some smokes. But one of the two that was on a body is dropped a knife on 5. He's dispatched up.
This is an interesting one, man. Especially if Luchov keeps walking forward. I don't really think there's any avenue where he ends up getting traded, but they're going to wait out some of these smokes. Maybe have Selva make the first move more so than anything. The late exec will come through that will garner them control of outside. Mac 10 goes long through CT spawn, and he's the MP9 of GBB's trying to make ends meet, but it's just damage. And the same may be said of his teammates, because Slash is the only one to fend off the A site. I doubt he's got more in him on a lone MP9. Quick and quiet, it seems. Bestia ran in, didn't really get stopped, or maybe they are, because 2 kills could turn to 3, unless Thomas and sidelines him with a running Mac 10.
Oh. These are the kinds of moments that birth incredible plays. God, they was close. No cigar, close won't cut it. Great start for an offensive. Great start. Building up that cash flow and fun to where Casey, at any time in his leisure, pick up the sniper rifle perhaps, and take a line where pound for pound and head to head, take Casey over Knife on in current form and in recent form even before that. Seeing now, haven't bypassed the singular player at Mirage. Diligently as they possibly can. The smoke-making team days, but he regains himself and shakes off the cobwebs and actually pulls together for not only just a one, but on a swivel to 2 different 90-degree angles and a 180 to finish. Actually, it's a third.
So this is a way better start from Bestia. This was very, very absent over on Ancient, and even still features, I'm not going to say a poor performance because obviously you're very limited in the first 3 rounds, but still doesn't really feature Noxie, so I think that's actually a very, very good foot to stand on if you're Bestia, the fact that they can at least change around history without having to make somebody step up in a major way. But now we get Nithan on the optimum, you really take things to the next level. Just post it up, hold the silo, nothing seen. And a slow start from both teams doesn't wind up with a pick. Ooh. It's a nice little spray down, though. Destiny comes crawling out of secret.
about as good as a freebie as you'll get into an entry point to a round, which, you know, 5 versus 3 conversions are very important, as recent history has taught us, and a 5 versus 2 even more so. I mean, Noxie, what are you going to do? Only just now getting yourself into a position on the outer extremities to see if anybody was lined up for a trade position. And Tomas said he's going to be in for one of those exactly. He's going to be actually cut down pretty clean on that next in the swing from the back of the site. The 2-player setup, again, given a 5 versus 2, is a very, very effective tactic. So try that in your pugs. 5v2, lock up. That's what we would say. Not 5v2 specifically, but
somehow figure out a way to lose it.
yeah. Excuse me. I was gonna say, shut up. We win those.
We've both
Take
played
those.
enough pugs to know exactly how that one's gonna end, man. Come on.
I remember we tried playing really safe on a train pug, and it just didn't work. Our teammates, unfortunately, were not capable of doing the same, so it went from like 5v2 to like 2v1, and we ended up winning that, but
It was probably followed up with you not in game in Discord, making me your therapist and just unloading.
you were really good that game. You dropped like 30.
No, I don't know what game you're talking about.
You dropped like 30 kills. It was like the best game I think I'm not even kidding. I think I've ever seen you play.
I almost know which
level
one you're
9
talking
pug.
about, I think.
But then
it's
we
been a
played like an
minute.
Anubis next map or something, and you had like 12 or 10 or something, and you were like,
No,
see,
no,
I
no,
told
no.
you, it happens in a blue moon.
Yeah, that actually sounds about right. I can't contest it. You might have just hit it out of the
You're
park
like,
with that one.
sometimes I have hands! That's my impression of you. I could do a better one if given time.
I still remember the one bit we did in our premiere game.
What's that?
When he still calls it back 6. Do you believe that?
Oh,
That one. Yeah.
good God.
That was probably one of the funniest
You
premiere
believe this-
games I've ever played.
Believe this guy?
that was so good.
So good, so good, so good. We have a technical timeout again. A lot of technicals going on today, dude. Can these guys get their computers in order?
Seriously, man. Update your GPU drivers, gang. This is everybody at home. This is your daily reminder to check if you have GPU drivers to update.
Make sure your Windows is updated prematurely and not mid-game
And then,
by a scheduled update.
you see, I'm only saying that because I know me personally. I change
I know
my
you personally.
I update my GPU drivers just about as much as I wash my bed sheets, aka never. So, wanted to give you a friendly reminder of that one.
Anyways, looking for a new casting duo. Looking for a new partner. I mean, never to bring you to LAN.
All right, well, no free drinks then.
Anyway. Sorry, I just read our production chat.
I still haven't been able to buy you a drink. We've never found ourselves at the same event.
Yeah, a disconnect. That seems like prime time for a break, I think. It doesn't see, or no, I think they just actually reconnected. That actually sounds like prime time to get back into the match.
Prime time, like Megatron.
What's that mean?
He's a football player, legend. It's just, forget it, man.
Megatron or prime time or both of them? And this is a third guy whose name isn't either of those two things, and you're stupid. And you're making
I
my head hurt.
might be stupid.
Megatron. Put the spark in my chest. Shia LaBeouf.
I think Megatron and Prime Time are different players.
Put the spark in my chest.
Because Megatron's Calvin Johnson and Prime Time is Deion Sanders, so they
No,
call him Coach Prime.
Megatron is a Decepticon who's looking to take out all of the Autobots, and the leader of those is Optimus Prime.
Oh, is that why Iron Man died?
Yeah, yeah. Remember, he said put the box in my chest. So.
Well,
Well, I'm gonna snap my fingers and make something disappear. This game. We'll be back in just a little bit with the remainder of this second map.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
case you forgot, 3-1. Bestia now in their lead on the offense, the harder of the two sides by and large on their second map, but not obviously. This is their choice, and on the first, things didn't look too hot, but this is about as good as a beginning as you can get, although the round that Selva have now taken back may have them in the driver's seat for a return to form, denying a plant, option and priority number 1.
We really didn't get to see this off of Nikon just yet, and I'm very interested to know what kind of impact it lays on this map to start, because so far, rifles haven't been that bad. Feels like it should only get better. However, Bestia have bought back in, and maybe with the idea of something to change. So far, it's a lot of utility, and Timo's running straight to a Molotov. Tech 9, not exactly what you would expect to find an opening pick, especially when doing so, but gets scarily close as a man drives down the vents, hoping to try to maybe get a plant down on the lower site. Right now, can't seem to escape into it, and it might be a lost cause because everybody is falling right in front of him.
Now to Mawson. No elements of surprise, no drop to get onto very much of anybody outside of 1. They're going to be grouping up towards the bomb to where they shouldn't be floating in any positions, you know, susceptible to that. Destiny's Asian Vent holding outside for Heaven, already having pushed all the way through their spawn. Might get one in the side, but even that is, I think, asking a lot.
You might just start motioning in for a save. I don't know. I'm never really on the side of like T-sided saves. I'm not big on them. It feels very seldom that they work out and help. Here, it almost feels like an instance where it hurts. But still got to save it. Already made his decision at this point. It's not like he can get back in and take a firefight. Though. Keen on looking into Heaven, maybe stealing away a gun. Could cost him his. They don't peek. Shake hands, call it a day as we shift into the 6th. And he's currently the only gun that's likely to be wielded for Bestia. Everybody's sitting around about 2K. And if they can somehow get a plant off of it, then all of their woes will be quenched. But until that point, I'm a little curious as to what is brought in around it. So far, there's not even a piece of utility to assist him. So likely around where they're going to be using bodies as human shields.
I mean, that's huge on a Destiny. They can't finish the job that they had started, but eventually the GBB will go down, and the bomb can be afforded to be planted. And off the wall go the nades, but, a second on time. I thought that was off of just a beat, but not Tomas in 1v3. Not another shot. No, not today, not this time. No plant, which would have been massive, frankly. And again, I think things are actually working out one round after another for the boys of Selva.
But to be fair, that was also kind of like an eco, shooting an AK from Thomason, and thanks to the fact that he got 2 kills, I think his buy is made a lot better by it. So, I guess no harm, no foul if you can make his MAC 10 count, but another pause called, so we might be waiting a minute. Though I do hear typing, so who knows? Maybe it's a quick one.
We can only
couldn't
hope.
exactly tell you. Can only hope. Only hope.
Can only cope.
Oh, I'm doing a lot of that right now.
A whole heck of a lot of coping going on in this cast right now.
Perchance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Chance of?
Meatballs. Tomasin
I was hoping you were going to say that.
There. And I think the Kaysen might have had an AWP, so a lot of sacrificing going on.
It's so hard because even if Thomason's holding Heaven there, I don't really think he does anything about it. He's just bouncing nades off the wall, so it's not like there was much Thomason could have done to stop it.
More ticking, more talking.
I feel like we're both holding our breath.
I'm holding a lot more than my breath right now, dude. The cheeks are together. Trying to get this Selva swing into what would be a major upset for them. I mean, just given the fact that they've undergone a roster change recently, that was a pretty decent one in the long term, perhaps, but we'll see. We'll throw it to a break and hope that we can get back to see these guys in action in full swing and in full time in just a few.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
At the break of dawn, a brand new day. Everything will be brighter in some kind of way. But for now, forget about that time. Tonight we're all just moving fine on cloud number 9. Oh, what a feeling! In the groove, the rhythm's healing. Oh, what a feeling! Turning loose and no concealing.
I think you can feel it, that this is a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What a feeling! What a feeling! Loose and no concealing. Oh, what a feeling! What a feeling! In the groove, the rhythm's healing. Oh, what a feeling! What a feeling! Turning loose and no concealing. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed.
Well, may the tech pauses end and may the game resume. As so far, Selva have got a nice little comeback going for themselves after a rough patch to kick off this game. I've done a couple rounds ago, we saw him do this. He didn't mount much success, but you can see Selva's defense shift accordingly to how they want to position that off. I like that Selva are playing around that.
Trying to idealize the perfect world in which this Mac 10 can be as useful as possible, maximizing Teemo's efficacy, trying to get him into the Cypher lineup, not seeing the player to the left. Destiny swings from the vent, and great timing from him, and there's nobody else left with all the utility that's been placed. They were the ones who had set it up, and it's Case in the last left, standing inside of the hut. He's got so much to live for. He's got a 1 versus 4 to clutch for, and he's already gotten one of them.
He has info on another player's whereabouts on this A site, but now where has he gone? You've kind of lost the timing, and there was even a moment there before his teammate follows that there might be an opportunity for him to sneak out. Just doesn't get caught, and now he waits idly behind the single door smoke, maybe refreshed by Destiny. Yup, thrown deep. And he's at least got the bomb, so he dictates where this round goes, and there are worlds he can try to find his way back in. Right now, you've got Tomate alone in ramp, but it's quite the tricky off angle.
I was going to say, he really hopes that somebody makes like a grave mistake. Even if it comes down to a 1 versus 1, which he outright wins, there's spacing enough to where there should be no world he gets to isolate another. Within reason, it'd have to be something spectacular as far as off angles are concerned. So here's the first of the off angles. On the backside wall, he won't be able to tear him apart because Destiny only has 2 positions to really flex between at that stage. So, keeps his head on a swivel, catches his kill, denies another round to a plant the entirety of Selva have now, and this is... You know, this is really where things start to get a little awkward as far as the money management goes for the side of Bestia.
Yeah. And these past few rounds have been absent of bomb plants too, so it's really starting to take a toll on them. They have almost no extra money in this tank to keep buying up, even though the loss bonus is built. So, Tech 9 shouldn't really create much of an issue. They will play it a bit slow as they respect the mollies early on. This time we get to see Nighthound's op over in ramp, even though I don't think it's going to catch wind of anything. Just nice to see that it's fluid around the board right now. There's not really one static spot that he likes to chill in.
I was going to say, I think he's going to go poke outside. He's done just that.
Ooh, but is this another A-pop? It is. So far, Selva's been really good on defense here.
Same swing as the last from Slashes. Turns around to the other side to where usually is a few players back to okay, you got to be careful about the players beneath them right now. They can be potent, they can be strong with those Tech 9s. Rifles now acquired. They're also going to get the drop on the door fade. It's an off who's not yet activated, and eventually a swing wide to where timing on Tamante may catch them a pants down. No, this one, I'm not sure how they are so far on the wayside. They make reactionary plays in trying to rotate loud, might I remind you, Selva, and that just leads Bestia into the perfect timing to execute, because good luck getting back up those vents in a timely fashion.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that works. I'm with you because you already mentioned that that's the 3rd time they took that swing this game, and every time before it, Selva shut it down. Even if they didn't, like in the previous round where they just quickly got 2, they didn't even let you really get out onto the site. Even when they haven't necessarily shut you down immediately, they've always had a good call in response to that. And maybe I missed what happened with the player walking on scooter, but if I'm remembering correctly, there wasn't one, so... That trade on the man on floor is really what differentiates that round. Here we have a different approach from Selva, tucking all the way into Africa. BB won't be checked by Luchov, but a trade comes through.
Blinded back. A volley of these nades, and there's just so much going on outside to where the CT see nothing, and I think that's going to be a pretty big indicator once those smokes are gone from Knife on to say, yeah, your stick around on A site is well founded, but the rotate down through lower again. Hold the phone. They're just going to lean on old reliable. This should be an easy kill. Good on some you need to get a wider line. Trying to drop into a site. Again, just making these decisions so hastily. Third on switch steps to the one in front vent and dealt with is the next. These points of contact from Bestia have been shut out.
I mean, they've figured it out, right? Whatever's clicked in their minds is clicked to completely unlock this A site. They have not let go of it. This entire game has hinged on A. From the pistol to where we are now, this has been the target. So, either Bestia caught on to something or Selva stopped doing something. Regardless of what the answer is right now, it's Bestia dictating the pace, and the money now struggling for the Selva squad. Off on Nython too, so it's not like the going gets tough, or I'm sorry, gets easy for Bestia, but he's also not had a huge impact on the big green.
There's one playing right on the edge of the smoke with a 5-7, the worst of the weapons that Selva have brought into round 10. So, if impact can be made, rather high explosive grenade can be made, maybe something to work with, but oh, okay, hold on. GBB, Scratchless escapes with a life taken on the extremity of outside. Tomate's playing to fall towards B, so this is going to be them relying on duels above all else.
I mean, the big threat, though, I think, for Bestia, they've already kind of circumvented it. It's the op in Nython, and he's still not gotten his hands on this one. Trying to take ramp control. It's not like Thomasin's hiding it, but Nython isn't too quick to try and take a fight. So this could be an issue, because you said it. They're kind of playing to fall here.
Great flashbang. Now, the problem with Nython is that he's so very stuck in this spot from both outside and from ramp. He's been pressured and pincered, but GBB, he does not give a damn. He's continuing to push onwards and flowing throughout this map, not letting himself be a stagnant entity. And although they may have Heaven, although they may have CT, although they may have, their options are really limited to trying to bully the unknown player on the B site, but that would be right.
Oh, are they going to try to walk back up into ramp? I think they are. You see them both walking in. This is big potential for Noxie and Thomasin. That's timing to a T. Still a smoke to block their way, and they're going to go to the upper site still. Not hiding it. It's an MP9 and a long-range M4. Any kills here means disaster, means the round done. The bomb still hasn't fallen down. Finally, heard. There's the trade. Bomb should get planted, and Thomas is going to have a chance. It'll be up close and personal, but he's making it doable. Destiny, up the ladder, head shown. It doesn't matter how many health you have, because this is a headshot angle.
Can't be serious.
Keep crouching. Destiny won't let it happen. And Selva can take a sigh of relief, because that round was haywire.
Oh, absolute wicked transfer from, I believe it was Tomasin onto the player close silo. I think it was him in that case by that point in time. But either way, I didn't even think he'd be able to find one, let alone two. That was disgusting from a player which we know is capable of such things. But at that juncture, that could have been a major tide turner. 6-4 on the T side of your half. I mean, 5 is already pushing the limit, but good God. Breathe easy, you said. You gotta take a step back now. Take a moment to reconvene. Thought now where this buy is one of the last that both will actually probably the last enough down to the final penny that both of these two teams will have. The knife up with a nice and easy dink. Stick around to see what follows.
Well, right back at you. Luchov and Thomasin have opened up this round, so it's not even like Selva have the opener to try and rely on. They've switched it around, this time putting emphasis on outside, and it works wonders for this offense. Even though Tomate's crept his way through the vent, or rather, I'm sorry, through ramp, it just doesn't make a ton of difference. Even Slashes has to pretty much answer for everything on this A site. Tomate's gonna have to give it his all. The 1-on-3 with a low HP casting, it's not the end of the world, but when they smoke you off, it might be. Got him.
Bad save. Need something to work with in that next round to give them even an ideology of how to force around it. Certainly seen rounds on CT side nuke with lesser investments work. So an AK-47 thrown into the mix is just bolstering what could still very well have been something to work with. Doesn't look like anybody is going to find him yet. I mean, Audible is one of the players who was just on the inner sides of the site, now heading in a pair towards garage. Terrorists separated far enough from another to prevent lever clash until the following. Monte's got money enough to drop somebody something relatively feasible, finding a frag, and that would be the FAMAS. Yeah, this one gets awkward.
Yeah,
Staring down the barrel of a map 3 of a Mirage.
Autopsy of this one is just really not a great buy from Selva. AK whipped out still, but beyond that's mainly just a couple of pistols. As you said, it's not that great. Even the kits are low, only Tomate fielding it. Had a bit of a rough game though, so I will say maybe it could be the time to see him step into the limelight. Tries to go into vending again. A couple times he's gotten away with it, so if there's any time to exploit it, probably on the last round of this half. And they're going to go back to what's worked a few times now. Outside control. Luchov trying to lurk through his own smoke, but in the meanwhile, Bestia have taken full control of lobby.
Spot and a good place for the MP9 to spray a number of them too. Tomate's AK-47. That was the difference maker that we were talking about. They've been heard. Audio cues from double first. Single swung, and he sees that with his own 2 eyes. Dispatches the first of them, and now they know they're going to need to play this one a little bit slower. But oh my lord, I can't believe that they didn't spot him. Tomate, his legs were visible, and Luchov is just beneath them, in between a crossfire set, 1 high and 1 low, and very much so prepared for whatever is to come, and that is certainly one way to turn it at 6-0. We go to a tie half, but even still, this is one Bestia can work with in just a bit.
Well, off of the planned break, we now enter the second half pistol. Selva, Bestia again. Can't seem to separate the pack of the first to the second will have to do. Bestia, CT side woes. weren't really as much a thing on Ancient. That's where their strong suit was when you think about the rounds they didn't get in the second. And here, that continues with the pistol going their way. Everybody answering the call to action. With now only Nython in their way to try and stop. I mean, look, man, what else are you going to do? Spotted him having it. It's not like he's getting out of that one.
Not even him. Across the board, I feel like we threw so many bullets in the chambers.
I'm not sold yet, though. This is the same way that the first map went, where Bestia, they looked really good in the first couple of rounds. Hot to trot, but then it was a crash and burn.
Definitely looking forward to that next gun round, though, or Selva. Putting all their eggs into that basket, which is so great. AK-47s will bring them from the precipice of doom. It's a word that I used earlier today, actually, off broadcast, but now has been introduced to the space in scenario.
Can't vouch. Can't vouch. Brought attention to it. They'll do it now. The only thing that's being brought attention to right now is Selva bringing attention to themselves, jumping, screaming, saying, hey, we're outside. We don't want to get farmed up by Mac 10s. Maybe they do. I don't know. Live your life, not mine to live. So far, it is just SMGs doing damage, putting in work. Couple headshots make a thing go right. But I don't think I want to be giving over a ton of money to the CT side. I will admit. I think that's kind of what's going on. I gotta say, there's a lot of Toms in this game. I'm just saying.
So much emo.
Tom and Tim, bro. All we need's the Jerry. I just want to see Bestia versus Paravision. Because then it's literally just Tom and Jerry.
Anyway.
My bad. Okay, I'm out. I was digging into the pockets, man. Okay, come on. I feel like
holding for the first contact. Oh, wait, yeah, he better have somebody to trade him. Or no, an overextension from the last of the CTs. That's an issue. That was a 5-4. That was a minute mark. Or Selva would have been much more pressure to do something more drastic, and now they feel it from off their shoulder. The second to phase the smoke. Tomate needs some instant. Tomate on the hold. Tomo versus Tomo. Who will come out on top? The nade's hold, and possibly the worst of timing for the headshot. That's all that it'll take. A reactionary Noxie gets inwards and gets onwards to another kill, but in any event, they will still be on the board.
I mean, the biggest thing there is just that they know Noxie's on this A side. They know he's alone. Casson, I don't know how you managed to scrape this one together, but he's at least coming through vending for a 1v4. Oh my god, that's insane. That's true. I mean, he's dead for sure or not. And is that the bomb dropped? If my eyes don't deceive me, this is doable, especially with another shot cocked back. Oh no, Slashy's got to run and get it. That's a shot missed. Have to push him down. It's only 10 seconds. He'll fall down the fence. Oh my god, if this was going, he might have died to fall damage, but he's gonna get away, and Bestia barely somehow have won it.
Jason is a specimen to be studied, dude. It all comes back to there. Look at him. They're praising him. He's got that first shot.
He's got that
So
holy
very
aura
fast.
associated with him, man.
It needed to be a sliver shot. It had
That's
to be.
that's on them though, because they had the bomb. They had the bomb in lobby, and he doubled back for the fight. He didn't have to do that.
I guess. I don't know. A little bit awkward.
Oh.
As they run through the site and the old pop that worked Bestia so many times. So Jones can't bail him out here. Sure, he's got a teammate by his side. Doesn't matter once they've got their range on it. Save maybe is installed. There's
Yeah, gotta be.
so take it down. Send that as a lead on.
That's what I'm thinking, right? I feel like after you guarantee that dink, you know the damage is there.
They have any flashes now, maybe don't. Never mind. They had a flashbang, they can do it. Lob it into
I
the
mean-
ECT with the SMG ready to round the back. And maybe
If anything, I'm throwing the SMG to somebody else, so it's full HP. You can maybe try to sneak away with one. I think it's wild. They call a timeout after this.
I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray time.
True. That slid by me at first.
Two rounds separates. One bye really is what's going to open up a free walk towards that map point for Bestia. Still ever honest and earnest are they about their financing. Time and time again, someone's on the crap end of the stick. This time it's to okay, that's
What a
curious.
shot, bro.
Turns a quick little jump to a man advantage.
And that's why you keep him on the op. But it's not like Selva haven't been in this before. Though they have completely put their foot on the brake, so can't really see into ramp anymore. Don't have any vision on outside. And I'd be surprised if Bestia went for an overextension right now. It's just a whole lot of hopping and bopping. There's not really a reason to give this away, but I mean, Thomason looks like he wants to. Oh my
Jason is something else right now, man. Finding that kill really makes this round one of their own. If he doesn't, if he goes down in the sense that he had without the headshot, then that is a 2 versus 2, effectively a 3 versus 2 at that point, where eyes are on these other positions. So, Jason bailing him out time and time again, it would feel, so it would seem, and not dropping the ball when called upon.
Well, Bestia can still sit atop a nice little lead thanks to him pretty much. But how many times can he do that? How many times can your opper grab picks out of absolutely nowhere? Well, looks like they're going to limit test that fact as nading open the smoke over and outside. I thought for a moment he almost had first pickings for another. The whole squad, in fact, for Bestia seems poised to try and sneak their way down secret. They're a little cautious, maybe even too much to a degree. However, eventually do creep their way down. Full team here. I think this is obviously going to be a lower hit. It's just a matter of how long it takes for them to actually get into that. However, it seems like Bestia are starting to figure this out. They're starting to throw utility. You can see the pieces adding up, gluing together. The jump spot's in. Little late. Slashes gets uncomfortably close, but sticking around. Thomason's found the first, and now he's just going to turn tail, try to hide. Destiny catches a back turn. And there's not any utility, in fact, to stop Castle from holding this down. That's a big miss, though. They're forced into the site. Kills keep coming through, and it's not being exchanged. Nithon adding them up, and so is GBB. Like I said, how many times is your opper really going to win you around? This isn't one of them. I don't even know if Timo's going to get away with it. Nice flick to GBB, though, so they'll go hunting. They want it out of his hands. They know the threat that weapon imposes. However, he's got a couple more things to try and get past, and Nithon isn't one he'll circumvent this time, instead going straight through. And the brick wall that he seems to be says no.
Doki then. A war of attrition even still, Anthran, and there's nothing to say. But even still, even so, even now, even though these guys have now to deal with Knife On, who seems to be awoken.
Ooh, this angle. This angle is so risky, especially when there's a player on silo right now. Luchov, I don't think he's entirely aware of that, but does eventually decide to vacate, which honestly, better of the worlds, because he was not making it out of there alive. Again, all while this is going on, Bestia have got the right idea on when to go in mini.
Luchov, the one rifle, the one man to do something about this. They're going to use their numbers to try and make it a little bit easier. Good spay from Tamate, knowing there's more on the opposite end. And call out to everybody else that this is going on, and they need to make their move. They can't be silent about this anymore. There's no room to walk. Oh. Man, you got a player in heaven, and they're just trying to be a little bit more maybe cerebral.
There's another.
Chav's gonna.
Oh my. Oh no way!
One, but even now,
Dude!
he makes himself known. What a fumble! What an absolute biff of a round that could have otherwise have been something wonderful. It's going to be Knife On again if they want any chance. They do have the bomb on him. Destiny has to hold on to Heaven, and this is the power position because he needs to cover his teammate from down low who's starting to shoot hard.
This is not unwinnable, however.
No.
You got to recognize there's no kits here. 25 seconds, this round comes to a close, and Nazi's the one trying to go in through Heaven. There's no supporting line. One shot hit from Destiny, and this round is done. Nobody clears each other in the lineup for Night Done. A fumble of a round, but a recovery for a touchdown, says Selva.
That's wicked. Can't believe
they should not have won that round.
No, they shouldn't have. I mean, well, they should have, but they shouldn't have. They deserved to lose. They should have won, but they deserved to lose. Is the mindset that I come into that with. And brother, you and me go again. On to these rounds where logic out the window, man. The energy sure is still there.
Interesting timeout call from Bestia. Honestly, I feel like it's an underrated thing to use rounds like this as a timeout. I feel like you could pretty much just as easily sit and spawn with your USPs and do it. Nitpick, but I feel like it's not done enough, personally.
Yeah, maybe. Right on that.
But everything pointing towards what should be a tie game. I think even Bestia realized that. However, maybe adopting an Astralis stack of their own, sitting all in front of HUD, or rather Mini, I'm sorry. What is going on here? They're walking through smokes one by one. I don't know how much I like this. Destiny might just add a couple kills to his chart, or only 2. However, 2 more spotted, so they have pretty much free reign of the rest of the map.
Yeah, okay. That's about as comfortable as it could have been for the guys, given that Destiny had done what he did. I mean, they've got it utility enough, minus smokes, so that's a little worrisome. They can at least cover the bomb. That's going to be a good one. They can spam inwards. They'll maybe deal a little bit of damage, but otherwise backstab. GDB ensuring that this one is not going to go sour in 10 to 10. Okay, well, this gun round means a lot to Bestia now that we're actually looking at it. I mean, this juncture of the round, we don't have an AWP on Kaysen. This point in time where have all 5 of the rifles, that's not something we're going to very often at times see, and I heard a disconnect.
I wasn't gonna say it, bro. I just saw Tomate croak right in front of us, bro.
Brother crumbled.
They've done played 1 too many rounds without something going wrong. We had to fix that, so he decided to kick his computer.
Kick out the power cable.
Could you imagine somebody just like opens their computer and just decks their GPU?
I could. Could be something a little funny.
Yeah, it's
Be a fun little prank to play on your friends. Looks like we're going to throw this to a bit of a break for one more time to see in just a few moments if this will be the penultimate close for the boys of Selva.
This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fun. This is the numbers game.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot.